I'm going to tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm going to tell you what is happening in Monrovia. I'm going to tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah. Just one. You from Virgin, Maryland to Tosco. Yeah, to Tosco. If you eat a pan, regular, my brother to Tosco. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio to Tosco. Yeah, to Tosco. You want to get a nose on it, to Tosco. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want is for you back to TV. It's for you back to
Okay.
Yes, sir. A special from the CEOs.
And good evening to you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning.
to get your information.
Wherever you are watching or listening to us from, this is how I'd like to welcome you to our midweek edition of the Spoon Talk. Right here on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM.
Tell you what is happening in Liberia.
We're also live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and Spoon TV on YouTube.
What is happening in Africa?
And the name is Rosemary McKeever. I'm your producer for tonight.
The children crying for starvation, just don't smoke.
I'm going to be joined by Diamond Slinger and his host of panelists later on in the broadcast. Until then, welcome to the broadcast.
Politicians want to make their decision, just don't smoke.
And as our usual
You want to know what happened in the ministry?
procedures right here, I'd like to recognize few important individuals who are watching.
Yeah.
I'd like to say welcome to David Williams. He's watching from Colorado, USA. We have Eric McGill, who's watching from Atlanta, US of A. Phoenicia's Junior Bar is watching from New Crew Town. We have Judith Sano, who's also watching. Robert Goner, welcome. You're watching from Cotton Tree, ABC Mission Community RIA Highway.
Rastafari.
Sam Pupo, welcome to you. You're watching from Grand Crew County. Okay, so he's a son of Grand Crew County, but he's watching from Caldwell. Jonathan A. Klingba, welcome to you. Lucy Kemwiri, welcome. Abdullah M. Johnson is watching from Zozo. Philip Bala is watching from Pennsylvania, USA. Welcome to the broadcast. Honorable Papi Success Keita, welcome to you. Oscar Ziegben, welcome to you as well. We have Phil Amon watching from Providence, Rhode Island. Emmanuel Freeman is also watching. Abraham V. is watching from Gardnersville. Welcome to you, Anthony Winpie. Daniel Tente. Mary S. Pee Wee, welcome to you as well. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yes, sir. Special
We
one.
have Peter B. Collet is watching from Kakata. Masa Ricks, welcome. Patrick Collet, welcome. Pearl Kimball is watching from Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome. Alex Campbell is also watching from Philadelphia. Lai N. A. Kane, welcome to you. Peter Collet, I've already recognized you. Kandakai Garaware James, welcome. He's watching from Boulevard Parley. We have Mark Lavalette, he's watching from US of A. As well, Mohammed Khanan, welcome. Garland Anthony is watching from the port of Buchanan. Welcome. Sylvester, welcome. Your name. Well, welcome to all of you. Welcome to the broadcast. Today promises to be very, very amazing. I have a few happenings in Liberia today. The Senate has ordered key government officials and LTMI representatives to appear before lawmakers on tomorrow to explain how the LTMI deal is being managed after some officials failed to attend two previous hearings. So the Senate have called for two hearings now with some key government officials and the LTMI to discuss the concession agreement. And for those two hearings, most of the officials of government have failed to attend. So now the Senate is saying no more excuses, no more excuses. Tomorrow, June 11, the Senate wants and Oswald Twe, Justice Minister, the Liberia Revenue Authority, Augustine Kafuan, Finance Minister, Minister of Transport, the National Bureau of Concessions, and the Liberia Traffic Management Incorporated to be in session. The people want to know what is it about this concession agreement. They want to know how is this agreement being carried out. They want to know if people are following their rules, all the parties involved, if they are following their rules. They want to know how the LTMI is operating, as well as whether the agreement benefits Liberia. So that's about it. So tomorrow, all those key government officials are supposed to be in the hearing by the Senate. And the Senate said no more excuses. They are not going to get any excuse from anybody. All of those government officials are forced to attend the hearing. And also today, Grand Judah County Senator Thomas Yaya Nimble had to leave the Senate. He walked out of the Senate because he said that things are not happening, Twice they have called for hearing. Twice they have called these officials to come for this LMTI concession agreement discussion. And twice those officials have not appeared before the House of Senate. So he got angry and walked out of the hearing. And also Liberia is also set to assume presidency on the United Nations Security Council in December. That was confirmed by the Foreign Minister, Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti, on the cabinet. There was a cabinet meeting held by VP Jeremiah Kong today, and she confirmed that, stating that Liberia has made tremendous effort and tremendous, work in the Security Council. So we are expected to assume presidency this December. However, those are the major happenings that I can give you. Hopefully, when our team of panelists come up here later on, they are going to keep you abreast with other issues surrounding Liberia and our nation at large. We're now at the What's on Your Mind segment. If you are just joining us, this is Spoon Talk, where we talk everything about the nation Liberia. So welcome to all of you who are watching. We have Basilia Christ also watching. Prince J.S. Debe is watching. I'd like to say welcome to all of you. We are now at the What's on Your Mind segment. You can call and put and tell us what's on your mind. What is that burning issue that you have on your mind that you want your lawmakers or your leaders to know about? The numbers are 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Put in your calls. Tell us what is on your mind. If you are watching right now, we do not have the WhatsApp line, so you cannot call through the WhatsApp. You can definitely put your comments in the comment section, what's on your mind, and I'm going to read it out for you. Let's take our Lone Star line. Let's see if the Lone Star line is working today.
Hello,
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Mohammed Kumam calling from Kawe.
Mohammed Kroma, let's hear from you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what is on my mind is concerning LEC. Yeah, Mohammed Shenri, the LEC promised the volunteer and for the hire that will be employed, and management took our name down, and since then we aren't hearing anything from them concerning it, and asked all we that in Bourgeois should leave the primacy of the yard to be our who can even enter the yard. We don't know what's going on once the CEO to please speak on it for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening. I'm Arvin Johnson calling from Tubo Josepho, the chairman for the Concerned Liberian for Justice.
Okay, Arvin Johnson.
On my mind, you should not get to do with the traffic management. You said it over and over that you can get transport ministry and then you take the function from there and give it to private companies. And now they get traffic management, our transport ministry function. The first time in Liberia history, Saint Liberia upon it, all of you using plywood on a car with T-Core. T-Core, we paying 200 plus 240 hours for T-Core because I ride SUV. And on my SUV, the document are there at $240 a year. For that piece of T-Core and plywood I can get for free. But I'm buying it from the government. So the government is the one that gave the contract to traffic management. We tired and not listening. And then the issue come back now to break them. And the president is there to do nothing. Even today, one of the senators walked out of the horse only because he now been the traffic management people refusing to appear. You see the kind of issue we got in the country, and then nobody talking. The president now never one day spoke on it. The minister of state will get the people the letter. The transport ministry the letter for that people to operate transport ministry function. He's said nothing just to say he said on the contract they gave him money to do that letter.
Yeah, but tomorrow they are expected to appear before the House of Senate. So we have to wait for tomorrow and see how that will go.
They appear in the House of Representatives. What did they do there? They were even fighting a statue of arms to now even say that plywood for them. I got it recording in my phone. I can send it to you. What did they do to them there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The regime speaker will not do nothing. So the second issue is the issue of the $3.5 million mansion the president in VR. You can say you think to the people you are paying $3.5 million mansion, and then people not get food to eat. They're not in school. People get the water from the junior station number 8. I think that video will be all on the internet. And if they are not auto now, more they are not done nothing to see how the people can get water, but the people are drinking dirty water. And then when the prophet said from the pastor, when they talk about it, they say people will drink dirty water. people will suffer. Then the more are there along with the UP surrogate there, they will.
Okay, he dropped the line. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, man. How you coming on?
I'm fine, thank you. Let's hear you. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Malopu Gizi from Night District 3.
All right, let's hear you, Malopu.
I thank God for our President Excellency that the future human Bwagai. I let the development they probably going on. I let the way they probably carry on things. But other people don't like it. But anybody that feel that they probably government is not doing well, they want to spoil the image. Curse will be on them because we have been suffering so long. But now God making us to see life. So that was on my mind.
Okay, Mama. Thank you very much for calling. 0777-771-075, 0555-101075. Put in your calls and tell us what is on your mind today. Let's take this caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Well, Mr. Derek, the King County lawmaker of District was trying to come to the business. I got two things. First thing has to do with crossroad. I don't really know. I can't really understand what really happened to people in the country. When they see people on the crossroad, the more time we see the root towards you. You know, they say, oh, this are the crossroad, so let me start that. You know, so I don't really know. We could do it, you know, let's do the first election.
Your line is distorted. I'm finding it difficult to understand what you're saying. Yes, I'm finding it difficult to understand what you're saying, so kindly change your location and call back. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you. This is Edmond Carr, and I'm referring to the visually impaired and they're pushing for the return of President Weah, a proud member of Concerned Liberian for Justice.
All right, let's hear you.
It's about the drug issue. We want for the DA to be fair to the Liberian people. You cannot discover or according in their word intersect $19 million worth of drugs. Then you are not telling us who was carrying the drugs out of the country or who imported the drugs in the country. Because any foods that live in the country, whether through the airport or by way of the seaport, the sender and the receiver name is on the acting. How come our DA officer, director, only told us that they intercepted the drug, they discovered the drug, but they were not able to tell us who are those that imported the drug or that were exporting the drug out of the country. Yesterday, for a man to be having less than $20 or $30 US marijuana, he was on camera parading the street on marijuana with him that he is smoking opium. We are talking about 19 million worth of drugs. We cannot get the person that brought it yet. Another lady brought drugs through that same airport. The case went to the court in Maggie County. She was on camera. Her name was her. And we were informed that only because the DA could not present any of the drugs in court, the level of the president don't know her whereabouts. So they fight against us should not be committed because yesterday when they happened at the airport, they said it was Finabono and George Weah that were bringing drugs in the country. So who brought a $19 million US drug in the country now? You see how history repeat itself?
Okay.
You see what is happening now?
Thank you very much.
We need an answer for them, please.
All right. Thank you very much for calling.
Quickly before I drop the lamp, look, that traffic management team, we have been crying and calling our legislature to take a stand. They have invited the traffic management. But the way in which they are disrespecting them and they're not taking any action on them, I am disappointed with that. You cannot have the transport management team before our House of Representatives. They are fighting our sergeant and arm to present the plate. Then you allow them to go free. If there was a Liberian man over there, they finish winning that person in content or the regime speaker finish saying, you are suspended for 6 months. Let them make it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? This is Rosemary. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. This is Oscar Zigman. I'm calling from Campus City, Nimba County.
Welcome, Oscar.
What am I have to do with the people of Monrovia? The people of Monrovia, I think it's a gateway to Liberia. But we, the citizens of this country, we see all the time that increasement has been made at the people of Monrovia. Goods are coming to the country by the citizens. And now, I would use the process document for $50 is almost $150 to $200 per document. And what we used to pay $400 have gone to $300 or $450 or $750. So, when you continue like this, we, the citizens of this country, will go out of business. You cannot take a 15 or 20,000 and go to China. They be a continue. When you come to the port, they charge you more than 15,000 United States to pay as tariffs. And at the same time, you have to go and present on document to offer you spend more than 2,000 to 3,000 just on document. So I want to warn the president.
All right.
The war
Thank you very
rescue
much.
is a good word, but the implementation of the rescue is not working.
All right.
So
Thank you.
I want for the president to see how best to support the rescue.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
This is Forrest. I call from Bank City, Nimba County.
All right, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Well, first, let me thank the Barclay administration for at least making the Liberian Pro that there is a set of yellow machine in Liberia. But we in Nimba County, especially from Ban to Campley, the players and colors in the regime started. So we are appealing to the administration as they start the distribution of the yellow machine. Let that rule from Ban to Campley be the first priority for the government of Liberia, so that people of the region will at least be communicating between Campley and Ban, and equally so to the Lugatu Bolo, because that Bolo is the major commercial area for the people of the country when it comes to buying or other things from the Europe countries. So we are appealing to them. That particular special rule, they have been down for a very long period of time. I can believe I think more than 2 decades ago, God, nothing going to that direct era. So we're appealing to them that that rule be the first priority. If they want to open a corridor in Liberia, will be also moving. We citizens of this district, we are very, very in a deplorable condition when it comes to free movement.
Okay,
so
thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
My name is General Joe. I'm calling from District 6.
All right, let's hear you.
Actually, one thing that is on my mind is concerned about the drainages from ELA Junction all the way to ELA Hospital Junction. So I noticed that after walking along the road, I noticed that all the drainages have been occupied with garbage. It's like those guys call themselves so good at moving in the rural community. They are taking the dirt from the community. They are not carrying it anywhere else but in the drainages. So I just calling on a most especially the sanitation team, so that they can visit the drainages and see how best they can help in cleaning those. Where we are expecting to have a rainy season that will be heavier than.
Okay, thank you very much for calling.
Thank you.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. My name is Samuel Kwali, and I call from Weaver Community.
Okay, Samuel, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the topic on this. So, I just want to talk about the Nigerian pastor that prophesy on our country.
Okay, let's do it quickly.
Yeah, thank you. So, all of his prophecy, we are saying that all will go back to his church, his country, everything will go back to his country. We know that we Liberians will not suffer. We will never suffer. We will prosper. Our country will move forward. This government is developing our country. in our country, we will see our country in the next era as a better nation. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? Yes, your name and where are you calling from? I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm okay. This is the Commonwealth channel. My name is Stephen P. O'Reilly, and I joined from the chauffeur, member of the Conseil of Justice.
All right, let's hear you.
What's on my mind has to do with a huge concern of jobs that have been collected again at our airport, and that we're hearing from the DEA. It's a good thing for the DEA to, be on top of again and be arresting jobs. It's another good thing for them to be accountable for the citizenry, because there's an act in Liberia called Freedom of Information Act that allows government to properly or fully inform its citizens. Because when we are not informed, we have to speculate. And speculation will not be good for our government or for our society. So let it be put a needful and tell us who is the suspect in this because that they arrested. Okay. Who they caught the judge from? Where the judge was coming from? Because last time we saw judge at airport, there was speculation that the former president in Abono was involved. They said the president in Abono again are bringing in judge. Who is it this time around?
All right.
Or is it the new people in power? Is it President Baka? Is it Baka? Who brought that judge? We want to know why accountability on that just issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is David King, an executive member of the Center for Justice.
Okay, let's hear you.
I have two things on mind. The first one has to do with the drugs that were arrested at the international airport. I think Liberians shouldn't be left in doubt. What we have seen over time, the DEA started operating on this government. For every time they arrest drug seekers or traffickers, you will see them putting them on social media, photos of those guys on social media. But they cannot use some of the drugs that were arrested with the money attached. Is the government telling us that we will not know who brought it in the country or who tried to export it out of the country? We want to know. We are concerned. These are the propaganda that the technical government used against the FARC regime. So are they telling us now that when drugs come into the country, they don't know who brought it?
Okay, let's go to the second point quickly.
The next one has to do with the way the police conduct themselves. They help police the guard. They are very much they got being like rebels. They have right people. You get the red light. You see the police, they behave like some kind of belligerent group. And I don't think our national security should conduct themselves in a formal manner. And what that even gets to me is that the PCC, the PCC police, they all get heavy. It seems to be that they don't have no other because time for real.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to our next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Rose, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Ogufu, and I'm a member of Unity Party Intellectual Bureau at Ibadan tonight. Rose, my concern have to do with the so-called pastor that reverend in Nigeria that prophesy on what will happen and what happened in the country, in our country. So I wonder, the hardship that in Nigeria, the book and the other one, they are put. So it has no revelation from God to Nigeria, only Liberia. But I want to say this. I know John Weir project. Because look at the man say it will be on King FM. So who not know what they say of King FM in the country. So now if you not see this, if you would the one that can call on the radio, that's why we can even waste our time. Because as soon you call and United Party you they cut you off. Without tolerance. So that person that revelate that will know that John Weir project and we know that our job will issue all the country money, we giving it to them free. The men who will go break ground for in Nigeria, and I will have up to now the men have to with that horse.
Okay.
So that they don't want for John Weah to come so they can finish it. So you talk about Donald Trump, we're not carrying to Donald Trump, but what will tell you, our more will be that you coming on Key FM. I told you coming, they are coming to Spoon FM, Key Spoon FM, and okay, they need about freedom. Where John Weah get the people there that they all there we are share. Eh?
All right. Thank you very much.
We don't care about you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? I'll have to take another person. Please move away from your monitor before you call. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Rose, it's a pleasure. Good evening to you on your midway presentation, on your Wednesday evening presentation.
Thank you.
My name is Mohammed M. Kanen, member of the United Party in the Bureau. I speak to you from the Bushra Island areas for my conference from this evening on the Bushra Island.
Okay, let's hear you.
My talking point have to be true with a just issue that our president they are discussing about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the IORA. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We coming on the platform to ask the government who brought the drugs in. Okay, who did the arrest? The arrest was done by the DEA, right? Authority was around there. Okay, so the DEA going to do their fact check investigation to know any suspected information. We should give it with the DEA because the even the RTA, the acting boss at the DEA. That guy is someone that very well inclined when it comes to trust investigation. With other information, you get all the facts of information. Even go beyond. So any family from there, what who brought it there, what it was imprinting, it was they were carrying all of the country, bringing in the country. Definitely, they seen. Registration, they got them, they will even get it information to us. So, how about these ones? It's be panic. Okay? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Before to give my input, I may say apology to you. Sorry for the disagreement.
It's okay.
Thank you so much. There's a Paco for the United Party International Bureau. I got 2 point issue. Hello.
I'm listening to you. Let's do it quickly.
Yeah, I can. The first one go to my popular 1 minute on one of your brothers showed the event and you spoke well. They call POA and they call him to do the work.
Okay.
But I wanted to send my question to him, but today my corner go through my firma market. They will send Judy Bryan administration, the firma market rule. I never hear in preview. 17th Street and 14th Street, they can't face any bridge. They never any. And also, you go to the drugs. People who say drug. I don't want to define. I think we should get flower to the government. The offer where in my community firma where I live in today we can see some. They minimal, they get the drugs. Our transfer point. That they were coming to the country. But people say we graphing now, they want to modify their drug. That's together, you know, when the secret settled, the people working there say will call need. They say going through investigation. It's not feeling my people. But everything they come doing, everything they come doing the road, the transport again today. I did a send an account and send for those people tomorrow going to the work. Let's send it out and what the reason of the people going through or the country. The way is all the question tomorrow they send it. But we are doing just all the things that just to do and the women doing well. They can praise my people.
Thank you very much.
The politician will carry everyone send your power. Take your cooperation, man.
Thank you very much. The thing is, for every government, every government has its own opposition. Opposition just got to say something. So when we were there, UP complained. UP is there. Opposition gotta complain. It's just the circle of life. Okay, let's take this caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. My name is Mama calling.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the program. My concern is to do about the hustle representative. I'm asking the Liberia for all our industry, community, house rule. We should look at people and start electing people from our community to become representatives. Because why? A representative is supposed to be people that they are the first branch of government. They know their self. But if they want to be accurate to say they accept one another, I want to bring one another down, it's not okay for Liberia. So what I also do as a Liberian, let's look at people in the community. That for me, I recommend. I'm Kematini, but I love the mayor called one Mr. Bobler. I've not seen him. I don't know him in person.
Lawrence Purpler?
The way of acting, the way of talking, maybe sometimes they say some people know how to pretend to talk. But I'm going to recommend him to me. I said, let's Grand Bassa making with Sonny Lawmaker in the district of Grand Bassa. That's why maybe he was able to advise people, oh, German Day, we should not do this a day, we should not do this a day. So we need some people. So are we baking the voter? We baking the voter? Let's start selecting people for our community. We should not vote people because they came, they make a little bridge get up there, they want to win the people mind. Because why? You are winning the people mind now. You go over there. Over there, it's not over there just for you to go be doing something for people to see, to make your oversight and do something responsible for the city of Liberia.
Okay.
A bit provoking, a bit jealousy, a bit do all kinds of things because you want executive to look how you go, you want to show your power, you want. No, my Liberian.
Thank you very much.
I recommend to let Grand Bassa, should please make Laurent Bobler, Mr. Bobler, to be one of the lawmakers in Grand Bassa. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I thought it's by works, but it looks like it is by who can speak good English. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Okay, we missed that caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Good evening.
Good evening, my beautiful. Good evening.
I'm waiting for you. You call her beautiful.
Oh, my beautiful Rosemary Makiva. You're so cute this evening, sweetheart.
Thank you very much.
I miss Joanne Taylor. I called from Broadview this evening.
All right, ma'am. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello. Okay, seems like
okay. I have two things on my. First of all, I want to thank the platform. I want to thank Spoon FM for the program. Hello, are you there?
I'm hearing you. I'm listening to you. Are you getting me? Hello. Okay, so please call back. Okay. It seems like you have an issue
on my mind. The first one has to do with the drug issue in our country.
Oh. I'm getting you. You can continue talking.
Yeah, so the drug issue on around the country, the people that can go arrest those people that are responsible for the drugs, at least let them be able to, keep those places that they have raided under siege by the DEO people. Instead of them just leaving it vulnerable, because when you leave it vulnerable, it's possible that those people will regroup and start to sell and distribute drugs. And they really need to enforce them by giving them, logistics, like cars, moving objects.
Right.
That their work can be swift and smooth. And the next thing that's on my mind has to do with the road patrol, especially on the highway. We find out that on the highway, sometimes in the month time, you hear over 10 accidents taking place, especially Banga Highway, Bomi Highway, and even the Bikino Highway, Rabba Street Highway. So I want to recommend to government, especially to the police, the police or the people that are in charge, that they should make sure that they have patrol, on the roads, doing it the late hours or regularly. Because when the police patrol is ongoing there, I think the drivers will be able to control their movement. But not because they see that the road is so broad and open, they will just move excessively with speed. And a lot of people are dying on the road. So I recommend that government see reason to continue the patrol along the highway and even the roads that are closer to the cities.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you for receiving my call, and I thank you for being beautiful this evening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's take this caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is John and I call from Queensville.
All right, let's hear you.
Well, what's on my mind tonight is the attitude of one of your panelists on the show, in person of Kat Hassan. I think you can be very disrespectful to this. The last time you used some voice on the one pastor that was on the show, that God religiously had to say, let's respect our guests. I think Kat is too rude to be on our show. He shouldn't really be there because he's abusive. We know who he is. He doesn't respect anybody. He doesn't even respect women. We know his history. So he shouldn't really be there. Kat is too rude to be on our show. He was part the name of the show. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to our orange line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Nunta Nando. I call from 540.
All right. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Rose, I had two things on my mind. The first one I had to do with radar. You see, the police, what is to be regulated to do it? To allow continual power radar and people on radar where small car and small motorbike all in the street. Like we go last Saturday, we saw that kind of accident at that two playing really that ball on the continue. So the police people had a full regulation that certain time or the day that big car will not travel to really. One thing in my mind, the second one had to do with some panelists on spoon, they can say that the government law. Who here when we have to all 2020 they said that they're going to bring 6,000 teachers from Nigeria that are going to teach the government school now. So one teacher. Then they're going to broke ground, they're going to build nobody island. We see one. So the folk women who were going to lie said that they will bring 6,000 teachers that are going to teach government school. We see one teacher. So after do more, sorry more on our show that they are coming and lie. Sorry more, we have to be here. Thank you for the show tonight.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you very much, Sis Rosemary McKibal, and good evening to my school FM family, and good evening to my peace, loving people of the Republic of Nigeria. Thank you for the recognition. All right, let me remain constant, Pancho EF Kamara. Sis Lorino, I have two cardinal issues I want to speak about within my time frame given to me. First and foremost, I want to speak on the issue of the National Port Authority, the NPA. So they want to tell us that they will not take away the APN terminal to reduce the taxes or taxation on the importers of goods and services in our country, because we know that the National Port Authority have been so for 25 years with NPA. But now, this situation, our government needs to go on a roundtable discussion and talk with the panel, which is NPA, reduce the taxation on the importers. This is to be a serious problem. I put that to rest. And I want to speak also on the issue of the election new law that they want to enact into our constitution. It will be unconstitutional. It will be in the interest of the ruling establishment. And that's why we said it over the time before the men could be confirmed that the people, they are doing pre-calculation to manipulate our election on 2029, because it will be massively beating and big packet from bill officers on 2029 general election. So President Boakai, let me talk to the election commission. That law that saying any political party can below 2% will not be accepted to run. Even if it gets 2%, when you are Liberian, you have your constitutional right to participate in any public office. So when you don't know the constitution, we teach them the constitution. And my statement again goes to the letter that was forwarded to LACC by my political leader, Mr. Elisana Bene Kumek. We have sufficient evidence questioning the ability of Joseph Boakai government to tell us the Villa project, the 11 point someone made up project in the
okay, Alfonso, thank you. That is problem with you. You got to talk for 5 hours. That is
okay, thank you. Let me listen in my belly.
Okay, let's take our next caller. At 9 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Diamond Slanger. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Okay, we lost that caller. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Marie Stewart calling from La Paz.
All right, Mama, let's hear you.
Yeah. Well, what?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
What on my mind tonight? Is about cares in that studio there. That man, he not get nothing to say about all of about why he want to discuss in a studio there. Then he just think about different things and stuff because why he was telling that pastor that they hold on to you. You know what I mean? Hold on to you that you coming hold on somebody and a generation. That you can't say that and say you can't tell the pastor say woe unto you. So they happen for the pastor that in Nigeria to curse because they're cursing to curse that broad president, or because they're happy because when the president fall they can sit down they be happy or that kind of not go to the city. Then you go to that on men go.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to our Lone Star line. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
How you doing?
This is Rosemary. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Please be audible a bit.
The one on my mind is about Honorable Jacob Koluba. Honorable Jacob Koluba had a 2 record in his hand, and we all were happy running behind him. I don't know who, when he put our record and go sit down in Ghana. So you got out now, we in the file. We hide ourselves. So you need to come back with a record and see what to do, and we talk about the record. You can't put record in your hand, you may put them behind you, then you go sit down in Ghana. See? So we can live less like that. You put at risk. The record, you went all around, then you go sit down in Cuba, then you left us here. So what do we do?
Okay, thank you very much.
That's on my mind.
Thank you very much. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? You are sounding very low. Okay, let's hear you.
What is CEO?
The CEO is busy.
I can't even sleep. I can't get the CEO boss.
Oh, we're very sorry. The CEO will be back very soon.
My friend, you did a party for him. We see, man. All I think is talking that just keeping it. We the book. All I think is talking whatever you did a party, they want to lie.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to our orange line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah. Good evening, Rose.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Rose, this is the voice of Sabu Rasta. I joined the show from Point 4. To be specific, this night from a geographical location from Zimbabwe. A proud member of the Concerned Librarian for Justice. Rose, how you doing, my baby?
I'm fine, thank you, Sabu Rasta.
Thank you. What on my mind, Rose? What's the one on my mind? I got 2 issues on my mind. The first thing has to do with your cut, your hairstyle, your haircut, Rose. Your haircut made me to fall in love with you.
Sabu, so let's go to the issue, please.
Okay, let's go to the issue, Rose. The first thing on my mind has to do with the House of Representatives.
Okay.
Rose, let me tell you something tonight. You see, Rejekun and JMB, that 2 people will finish me in Liberia. Trust me, Rose. If they don't finish me, trust me, Can you imagine, Sister Rose, for people to do our country? Can you imagine people do the country get on plane? And then they can talk corruption where they can say he said what in a committee room, he get a committee people 2 weeks after people stealing for our country. Getting like when people pay, he said a lesson play. In a fake thing, he said a lesson. Then he got one speaker. Then he said, oh, I get it. 2 weeks, you go investigate. He said, you have to make case, bro, the case was saying committee room. Nothing looking at you, you say, you said, bro, tell the truth and let God bless you, my sister. That thing, you're supposed to say in committee room after somebody do it. Can you imagine, my sister, if you know that Labrador, if you know that you are in population shortage, you're supposed to inform the public. But you fail to inform the public and then you get it out fake thing in our country. Then after they call you to the House of Representatives, they will say, you're sending committee room. And you know what's only going committee room? You say, well, I'm going committee room. They can move on there. I say,
no, it can't move on there.
It can't move on there, my sister. Can you imagine people stealing from Liberia? People taking our money, carrying our money also. Then you say you send it to committee, but let me tell you, say, we're going to drop the land. Joseph Boaka and Rachel Kuhn, they will kill me in Liberia 2029. Trust me, because what brought war in Liberia? It's still happening. Why people you be stealing for the country again, my sister?
All right, thank you very much.
Boaka will kill me and Rachel Kuhn will kill me. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody kidding anybody. All right, let's take 2 more callers, and then I'm going to be making way for Diamond Slinger to take controls of tonight. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? Good evening. Okay, this person is not ready. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? Yeah, let's have some life in your voice.
I said, I'm calling from Broadway. My name is Mr. Mohammed.
Okay, Mr. Mohammed, let's hear you.
You know, brother, when I can carry all type of people talking, all type of yeah. So as now, sometimes you don't allow people to talk to all type of word in the platform. Some people don't qualify for talk familiar. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm Uncle Richie. I'm calling from Duboro.
Okay, welcome, Uncle Richie. Let's hear you.
Yes. Rose, for Sabu Rasa, I will go in a district to contest a representative. Because he put it on my business. But then the public try hard, they get good advisors. Yes. He's doing his best. 100%.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, our president doing his best, 100%, but the advisor then they get more good one. The former superintendent of the various candidate, let it be an advisor instead of whosoever. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you and us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go to our orange line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Good evening. Hello. Yes, good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
This is Mohammed B. Kahan, calling from Clay District, Bombing County.
Okay, Mohammed, let's hear you.
My issue that is burning me in my heart is about the GSM company in Liberia. The GSM company have the habit of taking our meaning that we can already buy from them. When we buy our meaning, something that you buy is for you. When we buy our meaning, buy our data, they have restriction on it. So that's why I want to say to the government of Liberia, let them as a GSM company so that they can stop doing that one. When we buy our meaning, it should be for us. The one that is supposed to take that and take it. After we buy our meaning, it's for us. When we not use it, it must be there. The time you want to use it, you must use it. And the only thing I want for the GSM company to do in the country that I will be happy. Let the government of Liberia work along with the GSM company. Let them stop doing this. Let them make our meaning to be for us. Please.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Yes, funny, great my name. I call from District 15 this evening.
All right, Barney, let's hear you.
You know, my sister, I've been listening to so many calls on the platform. But, you know, we got people in this country that even want to hear about the bureau and they are living in this country, but when they hear the bad thing about this country, they are happy. So for some of us, we are a patriotic Liberian citizen. If today, like I said last night, if it was just our in power, and somebody coming from nowhere or aliens coming to make a kind of statement against our country or our presidency, we're going to get better the way we are better now. So we want to say this. So that identical quote unquote, I know him reverend or him pastor or him people. Look, he made Joshua to butt war. He made Joshua to put water in your mouth and waste it on sedition. Look, the started that we want to bring into this country, after he said that he loves this country, the country is in your heart, he make us to understand that he's not a politician, but today he can tell a pastor to come and say what they want to say or they want to do to this country. Okay. So for that identical quote unquote Nigeria bishop, they got so many bad things are going on in Nigeria. But in Nigeria today you can find where they can get him back.
Okay, thank you very much.
In Nigeria, more than 20 children in school that get missing.
All right.
But a professor cannot go there. So
thank you.
At election, then you go in South Africa and say this, the sick or that he said about rural.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's all the time we have for the What's on Your Mind segment. It is now time that I turn controls over to Mr. Slanger, who is going to come up and take you through the broadcast.
And your boy riding the south man, charging to get your information. To keep I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Politicians want to make their decision just to smoke. You want to know what happened in the ministry to smoke. Yeah, to smoke. Yeah, to smoke. You from Fondema, Maryland to smoke. Yeah, to smoke. If you eat a bad graduate, my brother, to smoke. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to smoke.
Okay, folks, so you're listening to Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM. And we're live on social media, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and of course, we're on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk. A lot happening in the country. Kudos to Rosemary McKeever for starting up the program. The rest of the panelists will definitely join us during the course of the conversation. We have a lot to discuss, but we cannot discuss all. We will discuss some of the trending issues happening in the country. And foremost, the trending issues is the issue that has got to do with TMI. You know, there's this Takunje song. Kudos to Takunje. Takunje is a legend. We know that song. They lie, the people fool us. That is what the lawmakers are saying LTMI did to the Republic of Liberia. Now they lie and they fool us. And the legislators saying it. Now LTMI said they have come to revolutionize the entire, licensing and registration process in our country, that they have come to decentralize, add more security features. Now me saying it, a representative then saying it, that even the LTM driver's license, that's what the representatives are saying. And now even the Senate have said, look, LTM should appear tomorrow, Thursday, along with the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Justice, and every other concerned ministry and agency to come tell the Liberian people why they fool the Liberian people according to the legislators. That thing what we're not seeing Liberia before. I know when President Bwaka said new screen thing will be happening, included paper lesson play and plywood lesson play, but a strange thing. So we'll be discussing that as well. Senator Thomas Yaya namely walked out of the entire hearing, and he said this government was wrong, very, very wrong, for signing or for implementing the LTMI license plate, concession, because they should have listened and should have reviewed why the previous government did not implement that. So tomorrow LTMI will be there again. They were there on yesterday. They'll be there tomorrow as they were there again today. So that they just going to the legislator to go explain why we seeing paper lesson play, why we seeing plastic bag lesson play, why we seeing plywood lesson play, when they said they had the capacity to change things around. A revolution done it. Yeah. And also today, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia had a special cabinet briefing, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other line ministries. He was briefed about Liberia's progress at the United Nations Security Council, having been given the mandate by his boss, the president, to preside over such a meeting. So tomorrow again, President Bwaka will be convening another cabinet meeting, the 21st cabinet meeting. The president will be convening. But today, I spoke with the foreign affairs minister briefly after that meeting with the vice president, briefing him on the progress of Liberia. She said, yes, they were baptized by fire with the whole Venezuela issue. Now they've been able to make diplomatic gains on the Security Council. And come December, Liberia will be president of the United Nations Security Council. She spoke to the fact that President Bwaka will chair 1 or 2 high-level summits at the United Nations during Liberia's presidency of the United Nations Security Council. We'll talk about that as well. NTA also introducing new trucks. NTA saying now, apart from transporting people, they're transporting goods and all. They paraded 5 tipper trucks, today in the streets. We'll also be discussing the LACC's response to ANC in depth. I know Dr. George will want to talk about that. The LACC has responded to the ANC, talking about the investigation into the purported 10 million FOIA project, plus other issues of national concern we'll be talking about today. Have you noticed, for those of you who drive along the Tottenham Boulevard after working hours, have you noticed that the police now beginning to eradicate that whole thing about tear lane during the evening hours? I've been watching that unfold, since Monday. They've been enforcing that, and we'll be following up on that process to see how long they will continue on that enforcement. But that in itself, during the evening hours, has reduced the traffic congestion by a lot. People who just take the tail lane arbitrarily, causing traffic because they have to come back on their own lanes and all that kind of stuff. We've seen the police taking seize of that matter, issuing tickets here and there and all of that. But again, longevity, sustaining the operation is what we'll be following up on as well. Now, let me bring on Dr. George Winfred Russell. I see them in the background. Winfred says he's going for the seat. Kanwa May, he must win it this time around. He's doing a lot. You tell us a bit about what's unfolding there with him. I also see Dr. George in the background, Dr. Emmanuel George of ANC. And just so you know, I know people been calling, people been concerned. Dr. George and Mr. Russell, Billy D, I like the way Liberian people can show love. Yeah. We get a special and a unique way of showing love. But I'll throw a question to you guys first. When CEO on the show, what did they be telling him mostly when he's talking? That's some of the comments that can be coming that people can be saying. That George, if you can read some of the comments, what do they say when CEO is moderating? What are some of those things they say? I think Dr. George is frozen. Dr. George, go ahead, please.
They say he the one girl they rescue government. He should start talking.
Yeah, Mr. Russell, what are some of the things they can be saying? Mr. Russell, you muted.
They say a host of things, including the fact that he was the one who was beating his chest that this government was going to be the panacea to all of our governance problems because of the experience that the president has and the president was bringing to the job and all of that. So they say a host of things. They know that he's someone. If you give him information, you can rest assured that information will be shared. So if it's something that you do not want the public to know or anyone else to know, you don't tell them about it. So,
all right. You know some of the things they can say. Ada Richardson, how are you?
Busy today, but doing. I need to complete stuff.
Hi, cousin-in-law. Hope you're doing okay.
How's Morovia? How, Dr. George? How are you? I guess I'm stuck. Am I stuck?
Yeah, it seems like your network today is kind of, buffering. It shouldn't do that thing to us. Yeah.
I'm telling you, everything's just buffering. Okay. All right, let me go back out and come back in and see what's going on.
All right. So
okay, I'll go back out.
All right, Dr. Richardson. So some of the things they say, Mr. Russell, is, CEO, you can give your friend a chance to talk. When you want just talking. CEO, you call asset to off, you call Kev off. CEO. Now CEO is not around for a number of days. Read the comments. CEO, miss you. CEO, what play L? CEO come on the show. CEO, definitely CEO is coming on the show. That I can tell you. Well, I'll tell you when. No, I'm not. But I know he's coming on the show. Will it be this week? Yes, it will be. But I will not tell you the exact date. Let's keep that prophecy. Instead we're talking prophecy in 100 days.
Dama it's summer. It's summertime, and it's when a lot of folks around here take their breaks. They do their home improvements. They do a lot of things. So I think the CEO deserves a break. This is not easy. I mean, a lot of people think that this is easy every day to come here and spend 3-4 hours at minimum. It's not an easy thing. So I think he deserves a break. So I'm glad he's taking that break and he's taking his time. So if you're out there listening or watching,
Conor Gray, I got a message for you. Mr. Russell, sorry for interrupting you. I got a message for you, Conor Gray. So CEO and myself spoke this afternoon at exactly 6 p.m. our time. We spoke for 5 minutes. And you know I told me to tell you, Conor Gray? He said, Conor Gray really enjoying yourself on the show. Look at yesterday when Conor Gray was just having honeymoon. Yeah, enjoying yourself, just talking and feeling yourself.
I want him to come.
He said, I was tempted to come on yesterday.
Something can bring that guy out. You know, he can know the psychologist. Something got to bring him out of that hideout. Yeah.
He said, Mahawa Ishi. Yeah. Mahawa Ishi. I wanted to come on yesterday. So I told you, I said, yeah, relax. You're definitely coming. CEO is definitely coming on the program. That's for sure. To those of you who are concerned, he's okay. He's definitely going to come on the show. So Conor Gray, Dr. George, Winfred Russell, Phoebe Henry, how are you? I'll leave you guys to do your opening and just tell us what brought you here today, what's on your minds as you, the panelists, and then we'll continue the conversation from there. I'll begin with you, Mr. Russell. So after Mr. Russell, Dr. George, Conor Gray, Phoebe Henry, you can do it in our order, and I'll be back with you guys.
Thank you. It's great seeing you all. Great being on here today. It's been, I had to take some time off too myself, just like the CEO, because there are a lot of different things we are doing here in the great state of Minnesota, including preparing to welcome Liberia's pride, Liberia's national football team, the Lone Star, will be coming to Minnesota this July 26th to help us commemorate our 179th Independence anniversary year. There'll be lots and lots of activities happening in Minnesota. A lot of folks are coming through from Liberia, from all over the world. I mean, literally. So what's on my mind is just how to ensure that once you get here, you're going to have fun. So there are a lot of information out on social media, on Facebook, and everywhere about the game. You can go on Minnesota United FC website and buy your ticket. So if you haven't bought your ticket yet, please go there and do that as soon as possible, because to get the best seats, you have to buy your ticket now. So that's all on my mind, and I'll share with you more about all of the different activities that will be taking place from Thursday until Sunday. Sunday will be the game, but on Thursday there will be different events, different activities for the youth, for seniors, and then the parade will be on Sunday morning. And then after the parade, everyone's going to go to St. Paul to watch the Lone Star beat Minnesota United FC. I guess it's to you, Dr. George.
Yes, I'm rooting for the Lone Star, and they should beat that game. If they don't game, it will not be to have a first division team be a national team would be a challenge for us. But yes, we're rooting for the Lone Star. And I'll pick it back from you. I mean, there's a lot on my mind, but July 26th is coming up. Instructors Ben and Winfrey and Chief Henrys and Conor Gray, the city of York have granted us the opportunity to raise the Liberian flag. They're going to host the Liberian flag throughout the Independence weekend. And that is amazing, because we're reading, there's a lot of historical relationship between Liberia and York. I didn't know that until recently when the city gave the go ahead, and then the mayor of the city of York started to explain to the committee about the relationship between Liberia and that city. And definitely they have granted us the permission to raise the Liberian flag for the weekend of our independence. So that's a great thing. It means that the Liberian community in the U.S. is getting permanent. We have, quite recently, I learned that we have a member of Congress, a Liberian who is in Congress. And we have you, Mr. Russell, running for the Senate in Minnesota. We have Liberians who are sheriff throughout the U.S., Liberians who are holding different political positions. So we'll continue to support our Liberian brothers as we celebrate, as July 26th come up, and we have all these cities recognizing what Liberians are doing in those cities.
So, Dr. George, when you say York, is that York, Pennsylvania? Which York?
Yeah, York, PA. Thank you, York, PA. Yeah.
It's my time, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Today I was moved when I saw the sincere apologies from Representative Cole, Marvin Cole. I think real men, real women, real people apologize when they know they have erred. To err is human. Any one of us can come up with anything. I remember when one of the former lawmaker, came down with certain statements. It was Henrys who said to him, "Now look, apologize. Doesn't make you a little man. It just makes you to be a better character. We all make mistakes. Apologize." I saw some sincerity in Marvin Cole's actions today. Is he going to repeat it? I don't know. He's human, depending on the situation. But he sincerely apologize. That's my kind of guy. You know what I mean? Because he found out that, yeah, afterwards I was a jerk. I should have done something better, especially something that befit my status as a representative with the quote-unquote HON or honorable attached to that name. Every and all thing you do should be honorable. But I'm happy that he apologized today. I mean, what can you do to a man who has apologized, who realized that he made a mistake, and he come forward and say, "Look, I was wrong," and I even through the white towel lane, they say, "Look, I betrayed my man," and that's how people act. We all here to perfect our action. We'll make mistake, but it's left with what you do after that will make you a better person. And I think today it was a stalwart, in my opinion, gentlemen.
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. Look forward to a good show today. I think the several waves keep moving around the country. I think we just have to keep talking, we keep engaging, because Liberia is all that we have as Liberians, regardless of where we find ourselves, regardless of which side we find ourselves on. We still have Liberia as the centerpiece. And just to go back on the Monday's topic about the curse from Mr. Nigerian pastor, we saw it being a political stuff. One group of Liberians supporting it, another group of Liberians are not supporting it. But the main thing that the curse is on Liberia. It's not on an individual. It's not on a particular party. So if you are Liberian and you accept negative comments about your country that also has an impact on your life, then you know that you are saying serious and something must be seriously wrong with you. So they say Liberians. So in Liberia, if Liberia gets out, like I said last time, the sky falls, the sky not falling down on one person. All by the honor the sky will feel the weight of the sky falling on you. So you have to learn not to accept negative things, even though you have your political side. You still have the opportunity to champion your political side. And so we need to learn that and keep standing. Politics will come, we'll deal with it. Everything, but you cannot accept negative comments about the country in the name of you taking a political side. I think that one, everybody got their own way, but I think it's not normal for people to accept evil on themselves because of politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Fubi. Dr. Richardson.
I think just one more. I think Mr. Russell, you didn't correct Dr. George when you say you're running for the Senate. So what people think we're looking for you on the Senate ballot.
Oh, I may not have heard that. No, I'm running for the House of Representatives, not the Senate. But thanks for catching that, Fubi. I didn't hear.
Thank you.
That prophecy.
Thank you, guys. Dr. Richardson, when you're ready, you can let us know, then we can bring you on. All right, so that's good. So we are starting off the show, Dr. Richardson, with what's on our minds, what brought us today on the program. I know we've been coming day in and day out, but what's that specific issue that's on your mind before we move then to topics highlighted for today, Dr. Richardson? What's on your mind? What brought you on tonight? Beautiful pink. I don't know if it's a sweater also, but it looks beautiful.
Thank you, Timer. It's good to see everybody here tonight, and I want to welcome all of our viewers to the show. Yes, Stanton will be back. I had an opportunity to speak with him, and so he just taken a good rest, and I'm thankful to his wife for allowing him to rest because this is his baby. I was working and listening. I worked for the most part of today. Grading papers is not an easy thing to do. You have to be very attentive, and you have to be able to give feedback. One thing I like about students that I work with, they enjoy, me giving them feedback. If you don't give students feedback, they don't feel well. So, and that tells me a lot. That tells me people who are willing to take feedback and criticism, they are open to growing. But today, while I was working, I was listening to Honorable Musa Ability in the House of Representatives conduct a hearing or maybe a setting on the bottlenecks that are held at the port. Couple of things that I was concerned about. I believe that MTN and CTN, they were asking for the distinction between those two companies. That's one of the things, and people couldn't really describe what those two companies' roles are, how distinctive they are. They seem to be, in many words, I think one collects and one inspect. They're kind of doing the same thing, but and then, of course, I understood, and it was alarming to me to know that our government receives, I believe, 40%, and the investor or whoever is running the port takes 60%. I think it should be the other way around, and that was alarming to me. I think overall, it was a tough meeting because, Musa Hassan Bilzi had to run the meeting with his committee members. And some of them were getting very, impatient with him, but he demonstrated his desire to understand issue and to be very patient in his maturity. So that was good when I saw what he did. But I'm ready for us to start the show, for us to engage in different issues. Diamond, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. It's always good having you on. Tamba, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm good, Diamond. Good afternoon to you, my brother, and good afternoon to all of you colleagues on the panelists. Dr. Richardson, always a pleasure to see you. I said Dr. Richardson represents the female excellence that we need to promote in Liberia. So always when I see you on the show, I have to recognize you. So keep on representing and showcasing for our young women and daughters
Thank you,
Liberia. There's a lot going on in our political space, Diamond. Liberia, the Liberian political theater never seems to amaze. From the prelate, the men of God, doomsday prophecy, to LTMI, showing up at the Capitol and hiding the license plates, to other issues that are being raised in the House of Legislature. So I think there's a lot, but the most important thing for me is always about Liberia. No matter the noise that in the market, they say we should keep focus on the prize, and the prize here for us is about Liberia. It's about the well-being of the people of Liberia. It's about moving the needle about Liberia. So it's always a pleasure to be on here, to be amongst you guys. And good evening to our listeners in Radio Land. I look forward to an exciting show. Thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you, Tamba. It's always a pleasure having you on the program. Isaac, though, you just coming in, so we'll give you a minute, to tell us what's on your mind, what brought you here tonight, before we start with our trending topics for tonight on the program. Isaac, it's all yours. Today the birthday salad yesterday.
Yesterday, the main count yesterday.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Hello?
You live. We can hear you.
It's broken in from here. I don't know. But anyways, if you are hearing me, every time a plane picked up from a location, all luggages are checked in by individuals. Every time a plane lands at a location, every luggage in the plane belongs to someone. The authorities at the airport knows. Oh, Babatunde, once upon a time under President Baka, 19 million worth of drugs is in the country. Nobody owns it. Nobody checked it in. It belongs to nobody. According to them, they are investigating the owner, although it got checked in on a plane. But they don't want to disclose the owner that checked in because they are still investigating who is the owner. Papa Tunde. Finally, Liberians have seen the importance of drugs. And that's what's on my mind. I know we talk about it, but I wanted to be sure that Papa Tunde hears me. That for the first time, luggages are on the plane. The authorities in Liberia are now searching for the owners. They don't know the name of who checked it in. Oh Allah. Oh Allah. Let's go on the show.
So before we continue, now who need Babatunde?
Babatunde, Babatunde, that one man that is a mysterious figure. Things can happen, no one can understand it. Dr. Richardson over there, somebody will come and say Dr. Richardson got no name. We all know her name. No, we'll go to Babatunde and ask him, Babatunde, why is this happening? Look, the rescue government. The rescue government, we need to seek the face of Babatunde.
I said, no, thank you. Thank you for bringing in some humor to the program. So we kickstart the show. And our first conversation is just about that, the consignment of compressed cocaine that were in pallets that came in and was arrested by the LDEA. The LDEA, made a huge publicity of that. And did say they investigating the owners, the individuals concerned remain classified. And Liberians are concerned because there's been a lot of talks all across the social media circle and even mainstream media in the public sphere that drugs coming into the country, whatever package that is coming into the country, whether it's a shipment by a courier system or a courier company, you will have a consignee. You have who's receiving it. You have all of the information as well. Whether it's somebody who was traveling through with those 198 pallets of compressed cocaine in four boxes that were to be taken on board Brussels Airlines or however the situation unfolded, you will have somebody whose that luggage is registered to their name. There will be a tag with that person's name and all of that. But now the question is, who are these classified individuals and why is it still classified? Is it an ongoing investigation that names cannot be disclosed as of this moment? Or as it's been speculated, Dr. Richardson, by some within the public sphere, that there might be some big names associated with this? We're talking about close to $3.something billion Liberian dollars worth of drugs, compressed pure cocaine, that was being transited through Liberia. Dr. Richardson, what's your take on this? Is it fair security-wise, if it is still an active investigation, to withhold names until you have concluded? Is it fair in security practice that you want to keep some names until you can nab each and every person that you can get, so you don't want to disclose before others start to run away and all that kind of stuff? Or do you sense a cover-up, Dr. Richardson, in all of this?
Well, the nature of our country is that people who are in high places tend to, experience cover-up. They tend to not be caught. But people who are in low places, people who don't have any attachments or any, body to come and release them from, security imperatives, they tend to be the one who are kept longer. So there's certain phrases that people can use in investigation. They can say it is alleged or reportedly. When I write, I always use reportedly, or but they have to tell us. This is just thinking about what you started the show saying, that, and I think who I was using Papa Tong's name, that somebody there's somebody have had to register this baggage of cocaine, this luggage of cocaine. It's in somebody's name. And I don't know what kind of investigation is going on, but you can use words, legal words, that will indicate that, you are doing an investigation, but these names have been called. But to tell the public, because big names are being called, that's why you want to take your time and stuff. So if small names are being called, then you are going to just put it out there, and it's just frustrating to me. I'm very upset that, the LDA, if they need help, they need to put an international call out there, or maybe a regional call to Nigeria, to, those Ghana, Sierra Leone, to come and help them so that we can know who brought the drugs in our country, because eventually it goes to the poor people. Eventually my cousin, my brother, they are the ones who are going to be suffering because they're going to consume this issue, and then of course create a community of drug users. and our government will have to pay for those people who are on drugs. It's very frustrating, man, to hear this. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Before I move to Dr. George, I'm trying to upload the video from the LDA's OIC, Fitzgerald Biago, when he made the pronouncement that persons of interest, are being investigated. But the drugs we're talking about, if you look at the drugs, the Paso, that they're not ordinary Joe Blow drugs, done it. That drugs, for many of us who can watch these investigative channels and stuff, like cartel drug done it. That real cartel drug done it out of Richardson. If you watch the video, you see the drug, it gets stamped everything on it. That customized cartel drug done it. And the quantity of drugs you're talking about, not Liberia consumption drugs done it. So it's scary that in the first place, how did the drugs come into the country? Because from what I listened to from the LDA boss, and I stand to be corrected, but I listen over and over, those drugs were to be transited out of Liberia.
Oh.
That's what I heard. That they were sent on board Brussels Airlines on 4 boxes. So if I heard right, and anybody who heard otherwise can correct me, which we're open to, how did they get into the country first? If they were to be transited out, if they were to be shipped out to go to England. So how did they enter the country first? The investigation is ongoing. So let me play the video so that we all can listen. And if Liberia is to be used as transit point for international drug trafficking, it's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this was nabbed, but it's scary that quantity of drugs, that quantity of drugs, 198 pallets of compressed cocaine. Wherever drugs is, there is the possibility of armed insurgency because drugs come with protection. Drug come with protection. So let's play this video quickly. Dr. George, you can make your points. The question here now is the names. People are saying it's a cover-up, but the LDA is saying it's an ongoing investigation. They have identified persons of interest. They remain classified until the conclusion of this investigation, that this is an interagency, investigation that happened. So we're asking the question again, is where did the LDA also, I know they wouldn't disclose that, but others are pointing to the fact that they probably had international help as well. So Dr. George, you can go ahead and then, I'll play the video for all to hear.
Yeah, Diamond, the drug situation in Liberia is not only an internal situation, but Liberia is noted as a transit point for drugs. In 2022, the U.S. government taped the LD and $100 million worth of drug was intercepted. The case was taken to court and it was left flat. The people were free by the court system in Liberia. Those who now we have a 19 million, and I think the drug director sometime last month made a statement that I think I hope I'm not misquoting here, but 60 million or so worth of drugs to transit through our country almost every month. I think I heard him saying some $60 or $6 million worth. So we are a transit point. Now it's important that we investigate these people. I agree with you the way the drug is packaged. And being brave to put it on an international airline, it's a brave thing, right? And it's not a local African carrier, but that drug was being placed on Brussels. Now, what process was it being placed on Brussels? Did it go through the cargo section? Did it go through the scrutiny section? Were there people on the airport that was involved in getting it going through that section? Who tipped the LDA? Maybe they got tipped as I said, in 2022, they were taped by the U.S. government about $100 million drugs that were transiting through the country. So we are a major transit point. The packaging seems good. They seem to have taken the time to package that. And I hope, I'm thinking that perhaps the reason why they are not revealing those who have been caught with this is because if that was packaged in Liberia, it means that we still have more packaged somewhere. And perhaps they want to use those people to track down where the source of those drugs the source of case. That's why we may not be hearing but the fact that they made it public, they have also hint those who are involved that this thing have been seized. But be that as it may, let me congratulate LDAA for a job well done. But we have more to do. Looking at the packaging and everything, we have more to do in Liberia.
Thank you, Dr. George. So let's play the video quickly, and then we'll move on to Billy D. Phoebe Connon-Gray, who's the security expert amongst us all. He will speak more in these ongoing investigations when law enforcement does not reveal names in an active investigation. It's either they're using those names to be able to nab more people or to assist with the investigation and grab the bigger dons and Capones in this particular area of drug being brought in the country. So let's listen to the video quickly.
Today, the Drug Enforcement Agency announced a breakthrough in Liberia fight against transnational drug trafficking. Acting on credible intelligence and through the vigilance of joint security officers assigned at the Route International Airport, the targeted operations conducted on June 8, 2026 led to the interception of 198 compressed plates of cocaine concealed in 6 cargo boxes. The shipment with an estimated street value of $19,226,000, approximately $3,652,000 Liberian was destined for export via Brussels Airlines. This seizure represents one of the most significant narcotics interceptions in recent times and demonstrates the effectiveness of the ongoing reform, intelligence-driven operations, and strengthening interagency cooperation within Liberia security sector. Investigations are actively underway and personal interests are being identified. The LDA remains fully committed to ensuring that every individual connected to this criminal network is identified, investigated, and prosecuted in accordance with the laws of the Republic of Liberia. This operation sends an unequivocal message. Liberia is not a transit point, marketplace, nor a safe haven for drug traffickers. The LDA will continue to.
Dr. Richardson, Connon-Gray, Billy D, and the rest of the folks, including Tamba, Dr. George, Phoebe Henry, and Isaac Doe. So he listened to the OIC of the LDEA. So it was destined for export. So it was being transited via the Roberts International Airport onward to England. So it's drugs that was already in country that was now being shipped out of the country via the Roberts International Airport. 6 boxes. The bravery to parcel them, package them, take them to the airport, to have them shipped. It tells you it's a very big network. It is a big network. And best practice tells you this network will have security people inside. It will have a lot of other people that do hands-on work inside. To even be brave to pass through the screening, that it will go and be about to be placed on the flight. Billy D, what say of you? The LDA says is identifying individuals concerned. Are you concerned that up to now they haven't mentioned names, or you take it as an ongoing investigation that those names will be announced once they've come to a conclusive end probably, as Dr. George said, there is more where that came from, and they want to go to the source of the more, so they cannot disclose names now. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Diamond. And again, please share the show if you're out there watching and listening. This is going to be a fascinating conversation, I can tell already. No, Diamond, so, I would first like to applaud what the government has done in interdicting this transshipment or the shipment of drugs, right? So I think first, I'd like to start there by saying, hey, this is great. It's a great step that, the government through its LDA offices, drug enforcement offices, are stopping and helping to interdict drug shipment, whether it's in the country or out of the country. So when you're dealing, and I'm not a law enforcement, officer or professional, but I only can imagine, I have a sense is that these kinds of investigation to take a lot of time, and for the government to do its due diligence, so we cannot expect the government to come out now and start announcing and start giving out names of supposedly folks who are involved, or some suspects who have been involved in this whole operation. We have to wait. I think the first thing is that we have a big drug bust. So let's applaud the government for at least making that happen, the LDA for making that happen, and then let's go, logically go to the
longer it lingers on, is it bringing about more suspicions in the public sphere that you're talking 19 million worth of drugs that was busted at the Roberts International Airport, and up to now we're not hearing who the prime suspects or persons of interest are, even by virtue of just busting that drugs. Whoever it is that were connected, they would have fled. So what do you think? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I would just defer to the security apparatus that have been working on this. I'm not going to try to jump the gun. These things are very tedious, and the government needs to do right by the people. Need to do right by this investigation, and so I'm not going to rush. I'm not going to try to rush or push the government to give me names and all of that now. I think they're doing the right thing, and let us give them the time. We need to educate the public, Diamond.
Thank you.
These things are very difficult, and they take a lot of time, and we need to apply a level of professionalism to make sure that we're not just accusing people or charging people for the sake of charging them. Let us do our due diligence, and let us trust the government apparatus that is responsible for this.
Thank you. Dr. George, what's your say on this? 19 million worth of drugs. The LDA OIC said it was an interagency operation. He didn't mention whether they had help from outside, though he said interagency, it could be local agencies, or they had international, help in making sure the intelligence was good to have busted 19 million worth of drugs. But the fact that they haven't released names, is it fair security practice, or you smell something?
No, I'm not going to read into the non-disclosure of names at this rate, because this is not drug coming into the country, it's drugs leaving the country. And it shows that there is a factory somewhere in Liberia. There's a packaging place somewhere in Liberia that is being used. It also points that there are people who are also being used at the airport. So I think that we're now to identify those people so that people can support them in identifying where this factory is, where this packaging place is in Liberia is key to the investigation. I'm concerned that they could reveal that they could not reveal the people if the investigation is in that direction. But yes, every good security agent will want to keep some information to their chest. until if there is a further thing to investigate. And again, I think they still have a lot to investigate, knowing that this drug was packaged in Liberia and it's 19 million. I want to believe they were testing the airline, testing Brussels.
Now, small test with 19 million. You test with 20,000 or 50,000. You test with 19 million. That's a bold move, Dr. George, to put 19 million worth of drugs out of test for a small litmus test.
Yeah. So I believe they were testing it, because if you look at the route, they have to go to Brussels, and in Brussels there is, I don't know about going to the UK, but I know when you get to Brussels to come to the US, then an extra security screening in Brussels for every passenger, even every goods that is leaving from Brussels to come to the US, you have to go through extra security screening. And definitely, it's a brave thing to send it by air, and the scrutiny that they have to go through before going into the United Kingdom airspace. So I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe they were trying to test the market to see if there was an opportunity here. But I won't be shouting that about the revelation, especially the drug is not coming into the country, it's leaving our country. There's still more for us to investigate. They even have to investigate how the drug got into life, because we don't produce, we don't trace it. Perhaps it's there. Let me not say we don't have it, but perhaps it's there. Perhaps we are growing it somewhere in the country, but we are not known as,
you mean a cocaine tree?
We don't know, but the fact that they could package $1 million worth of drugs in Liberia, it means that there's more in our country than we know. Whether there is a factory somewhere, whether there is a group sending drugs in Liberia, because again, as I said initially, Liberia is a major, according to the UN Drug Agency, Liberia is a major drug transit country. Most countries in West Africa are transit country, and that's what we are seeing here. I believe that the investigation have to uncover where this fight, and it will be a big plus to the LDEA when it comes to us tomorrow to tell us that they have discovered where the factory is.
Thank you. Colonel Gray, you have the security expertise amongst us on the platform by far. What's your take on this? First thing first, drugs, 19 million worth being exported out of the country. The thing is, how did it get in the first place? Now it's going out, or are we producing in Liberia? Either if producing or it got in, it's still a scary thing. What's your take on this?
Since 2001, after 9/11, the U.S. determined that terrorist organization, mostly Al Qaeda, was using the movement and sale of narcotic, particularly cocaine, as a means to finance their terrorism activities. So the U.S. went to work and deployed about some 90 various offices around the world, including 60 in 16 countries, and Liberia is no exception. Yes, the embassy staff at the U.S. Embassy also includes a drug attaché, a DEA attaché that works directly with various criminal enforcement agencies in the state. So Liberia is no exception. I remember when Fumba Sirleaf was then head over NSA, there was a big burst as well. What these folks will do, they have couriers, people who are stationed in host countries that will facilitate the onward movement. They are not intended for your soil per se. So it's an organized crime, and from the source of origin, the U.S. will be able to tag those kinds of movement and begin to follow them to see where they will enter. And so our DEA is no exception to benefit from this kinds of law enforcement garment coordination by the U.S. So definitely you should expect that they will foil the act, but sometimes if the courier is smart enough, it may not appear to identify, because somebody else has done their work to get it on board, And now somebody else here now is supposed to make sure they facilitate the movement to the to wherever those drugs are intended to enter. That's why I would say the DEA, LDA, is a vital arm of international, coordination. It should not just be run by just anybody. If you look, the United States will have vested interest in those kinds of agencies. And if they're not coming forth to even provide funding, you should question yourself, because it's really hurting them, especially those drugs are intended to land there. That's why you see they're beautifully packaged in our way. So only people who are in the game will understand. That's why I say the DA should be moving towards coordinating some of these kinds of effort with the U.S. If they have interest in you, especially if they have confidence on the leadership, they will really step forward. If they don't, they believe that you're just another courier for international transit, individuals who are transiting this thing. Definitely, they will treat you with cold shoulder.
What about the names not being revealed now? The OIC said they have individuals of interest. We're hearing 3 persons have reportedly been arrested and all of that. The recipient based in the UK because it was going as a package, as cargo. What's your take on that? The LDE not releasing names yet? Is it a fair practice in ongoing investigations not to?
No, a lot of times they're looking for the kingpin. The kingpin is the big boss. If they start releasing names now, definitely that will be a tip-off. So that has to be, thoroughly coordinated to the extent where it appears as though they're in the blind, not knowing exactly whose package that was. But they know. But if you reveal now, then somebody will go helter skelter. They will abscond. So you don't want that to happen. So you want to make sure you press this guy, then they'll give you information, but they're not intended target per se. The kingpin is who they are looking for. And the U.S. will be interested in the kingpin, not just some ordinary guy. So that's why drug movement in Liberia, the other day we talk about 100 million. This is just 19 million. I mean, it sounds big, but the other one was 100 million. The only Fuma Salif were even more. And they were saying that they traced that to be part of Hezbollah, because that was, all these people you see in Liberia, not everybody there, to sell commodity down water side. Some people are there, as couriers to move these kinds of packages. Well,
thank you,
if it's not your area, you will not even know. It will not make sense to you.
Thank you. Fubi, what's your take on this? We also should take into consideration the aspect that the drug arrived in country, whether it was manufactured in Liberia, which I doubt as of this moment. But if the drugs consignment made its way to the country to be shipped onward, meaning we have a serious porosity issue to look at. How did they get into the country and all of those things? Fubi, what's your take on this? 19 million bravery to be shipped through Roberts International Airport.
Yeah, 19 million is small money. We're talking about drug cartel. 19 million is small money. That's one of the biggest cartel you have in the world. And I know we celebrate the LDA when they make some of these moves, but the drug war is not something that's going to be won just now, even easily. Because even the Great America, with all sophistication, the guys from Mexico were able to build dig a tunnel from Mexico straight into one of the states in New York or Americas or so, to traffic their drugs. And all the security was saying, none of them could pick that up easily. If you have time, if you have never seen this movie, I would urge you to watch it. El Chapo. Try and watch it, and you will understand how the cartel works. And you will see the different networks, how they move their different needles from one point to another, how they got the securities under their control, how they got even people in LDE work for them. At different point, the custom guys, ordinary people, all on their payroll. The government paying you something like 150 or 200. And you got somebody that dealing drugs and giving you 1,000 or 10,000. And it's easy to compromise if you don't have a strong will to see certain things done. And that's why the drug cartel use to get the stuff done. So and Liberia being a hub also for transiting drugs from one point to another, that's something that has been done long. Sometimes they even use free cargo. They don't even have to use passenger cargo. They come with their own cargo, just land for a few time, refuel, and move. They got all of this stuff. But it's good that the security can pick some of these things up every now and then. They have intelligence helping them to be able to see some of these things. But we just urge them to keep pushing and keep doing their best. But it's a big war that I don't think it's going to be won easily. But let's just keep doing our best to see how we can minimize it to a good extent.
Thank you, Fubi. Thank you for coming in with your point. So we move next on the show would be Dr. George. Have you spoken, or is Tamba's turn? Okay, Tamba, go ahead, and then Isaac, I'll bring you on. Sorry, I should have taken Isaac before Tamba, but Tamba, I've called your name already, so just go ahead. Isaac, after Tamba, you have your turn, please. Go ahead, Tamba. What's your take on this?
No, Isaac can speak tonight because there's no Babatunde on the show. Thank you, Diamond. It's a pleasure to really address this issue today. So first of all, I think everyone who has spoken truth about the drug issue in Liberia. But what the LDAA, the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency, has done today by this bust shows that it is truly ready to continue the fight against illicit drugs dealing and narcotics in our society. The drugs issue is an epidemic in Liberia. And as Fubi alluded to the cartels are a powerful network of people who are armed, who have money, who have resources, and they understand how to transport and get their drugs from point A to point Z. But it raises a lot of questions. $19 million worth of cocaine bust at the international airport at a gateway raises a lot of questions. Who are the people who brought these packages to be shipped? Who were the handlers, right? And the kingpin would never be there. These are people, middlemen and middlewomen that they use to get their dirty work done. Where was this lodge? Which locations across Monrovia or Maserati or Liberia that these people are using to get these packages prepared to ship, right? Who are the people within government, within the security apparatus that may have attempted to aid and abet this drugs dealing? And I think this is why the LDA may not have yet announced any names, because those are the investigations, those are the questions that they need to answer. But the fight against illicit drug in our society must continue to be a priority for this government, because any country that falls to cartels that become a hub for transshipment of illicit drugs becomes a target for overthrow, becomes a target for chaos, becomes a target for violence, armed violence in the streets at night. And this is why Liberia must really tighten its belt. Our security apparatus have done a wonderful job, but we must be serious about fighting drugs in our society, and we have to deal with the cartels. Cocaine is not a poor man drug, Diamond. Cocaine, that rich people consume it most of the time. Studies have shown, and we who watch movies, we've seen it. Cocaine is consumed by the rich people in foreign lands, and sometimes even in our own society. Poor men can't afford a gram of cocaine. The poor people are trying to get high on kush and other cheap drugs like marijuana. So this is where there are powerful people involved, there are powerful people behind the scenes, and they're trying to pull the strings, and we applaud the LDA for this buzz, but they must go beyond this buzz. They must try to get to the source. If they can't get to the source in a foreign land, they should try to get to the source in Liberia and try to buzz and bring to book the people who are behind the scene, who are the puppet masters trying to take advantage of our gateable society, of our nice people, of our people who are like very much helpful. They will help you for any little things so that we can bring this scourge to vogue in our society. But it is a topic that should worry all of us, that should worry all Liberians. Thank you, Damon. You're on mute, Damon.
Isaac, though you can hear me? Sorry, I was muted for a bit. What's your take on this? 19 million worth of drugs to be exported out of the country. How did it get in the country in the first place? Is that just the total amount of the consignment that was to be shipped, or it was to be shipped in bits and pieces? There's still much more where that came from. Why is the DEA tight-lipped on the names of those individuals of interest or those that have been arrested? Is it fair practice, Isaac? Or we should have seen them being paraded like the way Bucky Raw was paraded for weed in this country? What's your take on this?
Shame on you. Not you, Damon, not anyone on this show, but anyone listening to me.
Yeah,
Right.
Shame
Shame on
the
you.
bishop, the same thing.
They say if the jacket fits you, wear it. Shame on you. You that listening, whoever the jacket fits, shame on you. The United Party was in opposition, not in the government. There was a 100 million drug bust from the Freeport around 1 o'clock in the morning. By 1:01, the United Party already named the suspect that brought the drugs. According to that, it was George Weah, it was Finan Bondo, it was CDC government. Less than 1 minute after the news of the drug bust, the United Party knew who brought the drugs in the country. They were in the opposition. United Party is now in government. The people that brought the drugs, names are classified. Shame on you. Shame on you. Less than 1 minute after the news came about, United Party dead in opposition named who brought the drugs in the country. Today they are in government. They don't know the names of people that brought the drugs now. It's classified. They don't know it. Oh, they knew it before. Yesterday they knew it. In no time, they released the names of people that brought the drugs. Today, you know when I call the name Babatunde, these are the reasons. United Party does not know who brought the drugs today. Or whoever they say person of interest, not the suspect, person of interest, is classified. You know, please help me make sense out of this. You know that the reason that you people get indicted me on your name, please help me. So United Party is looking for the big man that on top of the drugs. So they don't want to call the names because they're afraid that when they call the name, the big man will run away. So today, as you and I talking about the drugs, the big man don't know that they get drugs in Liberia. He know. So the big man now he will run away. He's sleeping in a house because he said no, I know. Help me make sense out of it. The people gave press conference and said we caught drugs. The big man that hired drugs, he knows say that drugs he know. Only the names of people that carry the drugs that it will make the big man to know. Help me make sense out of it. Who on this show wants to believe that only small people try to carry drugs? Small people, that big people. Before is that who on this show believes it? Who on this show does not believe someone is hiding somebody's name that actually gets the whole drugs operation? Who on this show does not believe it? And let me tell you one thing before I end. The CDC drugs term, the drugs rate, I would say CDC term, was quite very different from this one. I will tell you how. During the CDC time, drugs did not come in the country. That 100 million drugs didn't come in the country. It was on the ship. The ship was passing. It anchored in Liberia to drop goods and then go. The drug was on it. That was when it was intercepted. This time, they said the drugs was produced, according to the news we get, or brought into the country to be shipped out.
So as they go.
During that time, let me just end before I lost my train of thought. Then you ask me, please. Let me just end. During that time, you didn't hear United Party people praising the LDEA. But today, you're hearing people praising the LDA for catching drugs. But then it was the president then who was bringing the drugs in. Today, the president, he's sleeping. He knows nothing about drugs. Hey, my people. You know the reason why we are so confident that President will return to power? These are some of the reasons. The people have since seen through the lies of the United Party government.
As I do,
If the United Party in opposition could name the importers of drugs before, today the importers of drugs is classified. Ask me a question. Okay.
100 million drugs. Did you say it was on the sea and the ship berth?
No. From the Freeport. If my information is inaccurate, that's okay. But as far as I know, because I really didn't follow that 100%, it was from the Freeport, not on the sea. No.
So,
but what we know 100% was that it was a transiting ship wherein it was brought from the U.S. government. But what I'm saying today, not the case. The main point I want to make here, regardless of that information, is that the United Party could name the importers of drugs in less than a minute. Some people, when Bucket Raw was being paraded, there was no big man from Bucket Raw drug, the $20 drug. There was no big man. Who here have not seen LDEA went to arrest drugs people and had it on camera or on video? Oh, today now the camera is not working, right? It's classified.
Okay, Mr.
Because one big man handed.
Thank you. So the
information is let's be fair to our country.
Thank you,
Isaac. Let's be fair to our country.
Drugs was on Liberian soil. It was consigned to a company. It was taken and busted from a warehouse on Liberian soil. It wasn't a ship that berthed at the Freeport. It was in Liberia.
Thank you for the correction. Thank you for that correction. The most important thing is the issue, like you asked everyone on the show, but most of our United Party friends dodging it, is the issue of not naming people. How come United Party knew the names of the drugs importers then? According to them, it was the government. But today, now they are in power. It's classified. That's the most important message. And it is sad. But now the boss are in power. Those who were behind drugs, now they are in power. They don't know their own names.
You see the comment he says, why are they yelling like that, man? He can make it.
Give a chance.
Yeah. So I moved to Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, what's your take on this topic? And then we will move to Kef Hassan. That's with Wilfred Bangura, and subsequently Kef Hassan. One person will have to leave so that I can bring you on. All right, because we're 10 in the studio now, so one person will have to leave for a while. And then I'll bring you on. I think Isaac has left, and then I can bring you on, Kef. So let's have Dr. Bopler to make his statement concerning this.
Thank you, remove Fubi.
We have to remove Isaac so you can Kef. Dr. Bopler, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening to all my colleagues and all those who watch and listen. So I want to look at some facts about this whole drug thing. So first is illicit, meaning illegal operation. Second is the underground economy, so the government ain't getting rocked in terms of revenue. Third, it shows and exposes some of the challenges in the security apparatus. Fourth, the end users are mostly young people. As of 2024, Diamond, our median age, that is our average age, was about 18.6%. Over 60% of our population was 25 and under. That makes us the youngest population in Africa. And then we don't have good rehabs, very underfunded. And then our healthcare system has plenty of challenges. Truthfully, for many Liberians, it's not affordable. So when you put together all the things I just said, this drug problem is a huge problem. So the government should respond in an aggressive way, but also in a very transparent way. Why? Because when you're trying to track down criminals, you socialize the information because intelligence is people. Somebody knows somebody who knows something about something. You put it out there. This is not people coming from the country classified. You put it out there because that's how you get intelligence. And it helps you to track down these people. So it's a bad thing. It's a serious thing. And I hope the government will move not only in an aggressive way, but in a way that solicits the support and the cooperation of the community. So together we can help. And then when they find things out, people must be held accountable. If somebody in the security apparatus or elsewhere was part of the movement of this, you go in an aggressive and a decisive way and let there be penalties. One of the worst things you can do is to always look at something that's wrong and just talk it over. Don't talk it over. Be decisive, because when there are consequences, there's a deterrence for that next person who's thinking about that, 60 million, 90 million, 100 million. Thank you, Darwin.
Thank you, Dr. Poplar. Wilfred Bangura, what's your take on this? The government, the DEA is tight-lipped as of the moment, says it's classified persons of interest cannot be disclosed because it's an ongoing investigation. Do you sense a cover-up as well? And how serious should we be taking this, that this consignment could just have been, a tip of a larger one? We've had $100 million drug bust in recent years, and now we're talking 60 million and not 19 million. What's your take on this?
Good evening, Diamond. Good evening to my fellow panelists. Good evening to our dear listeners. It's great to be on the show tonight once again. Diamond, I would like to begin by applauding the joint security headed by the LDEA for doing a very phenomenal job. Drug or contraband is a true enemy of the future. It attacks the future. It is consumed mostly by young people. These are the future leaders. So once young people get destroyed, you can be assured that you do not have a future. So this is a great enemy of the future. And today's burst represents one of the most commendable things that I have followed, because if that drug were to make it through our airport or through our port to whatever destination, it will encourage and embolden the smugglers to continue to use this route. Clearly, this is a facilitated transport, as I listen to the LDEA folks. So when one hears about drug bust, you think about a lot of things. One of the things I thought about was the origin of it. Where did it come from? Who are the smugglers? These questions are very key, because if the drugs are being manufactured here, then of course the investigation will lead to that. If the drugs are being smuggled through our country and transited through here, of course, the investigation will uncover that. So this is a very big investigation. So when you ask me about cover-ups, I would not want to be speculative to think about it's a cover-up, because here is a deal. If there were any attempt to cover up, I do not think the public was going to be informed about a drug bust. The public would have been misled or held in the dark, and the cover-up would have happened. So that whole covered-up thing is a baloney, and of course, we must dismiss it. From a layman point of view, I'm not an investigator, but I would think that this is a coordinated network of various individuals, and any seasoned investigator will want to burst that particular network, disrupt the network, and then apprehend those behind it. So I think we need to give them our time to conclude their investigation, and most of these questions that are now our minds will be fully answered. The origin of the drugs, who are the smugglers. At least we know that it was being destined outside of Liberia, which is bad news, no drug should ever even transit through our port or through any other port, since this is a big enemy of the future, consumed mostly by young people. Somebody tried to make comparison, which I thought was frivolous and was totally unnecessary. Because when you talk about fighting the enemy, there's no need to say your enemy is bigger than our enemy, or this other enemy is fatter than that other enemy. Drug is drug. But some of the misconceptions that I got from that speaker was that, unlike this one, which is being transited, which has been transited through our port, the other burst of the 100 million drugs was directly, the destination was Liberia. So think about the catastrophe. Think about the devastating effect. Think about the huge losses, human capital losses. Think about all of what that was going to do to pillage this coast, destroy our human infrastructure, leave a huge dent in the future.
Okay, Bangura, I have to
So
interrupt.
finally, Diamond, you tend to give other people too much latitude to talk, but when we tend,
Bangura, I would have
to
gotten
speak,
back to you. To give
I
you
will encourage you to keep a time so that you be fair.
Yeah, I'll get back to you. I want to give you a time.
No, but that's
really
fine.
want to give
That's fine. You can go on to
There's
the
a
next.
reason I'm cutting you. I'm interrupting you.
back
I'll
to you?
give you time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring on an expert in these matters to come and say what he has got to say or what she has got to say to the Liberian people about this matter. This expert has been following this case. So let's bring on this expert to talk about this matter as well. So just as I talked about bringing on the expert, and the expert has gone off. So Bangura, sorry for interrupting you, but I was about to bring on an international expert for whom we were giving the number. We send the link to come on the show, so you can continue in your train of thoughts, Bangura. There is no malice, there is no bad blood, there is nothing. Of
No,
taking
absolutely. There should be none. Absolutely, there should be none.
Yeah,
you
so
are
go
one
ahead.
of the greatest. Yeah, you are a fantastic moderator. I was just trying to say that maybe you want to keep a time so that you can be accurate. But essentially, Diamond, I was really concluding by saying that we're watching the process of the investigation. Hopefully, we will be informed about the origin and the smugglers and those. So those who are sitting behind somewhere to receive it, probably are still waiting for their draw to receive. And so when you call names, they will know exactly what's going on, perhaps. But the investigation will uncover these things. And I'm sure that the investigators are working through the system with their counterparts around the world, Interpol, whatnot, giving information here and there. So it's possible that people will be arrested, outside of our shows as being connected to, the smuggling activities. So we are glad that it was uncovered, discovered. This contraband, very dangerous contraband, was discovered, and never again was this happen. We applaud the vigilance of our security forces, and we ask them to continue to remain vigilant and continue to go after this bad nemesis, this bad enemy that tends to rob the future of our country and the future of any country.
Thank you.
On that note, please take back controls, and thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, Wilfred, for your input. Let's now bring on Kef Hassan. Kefiko, you agree with all of what Wilfred said, or you've got different views?
Let me say hi to everybody. For me, and I would say, excluding the opposition on this show, shame to all you guys. You guys are disgrace. Exclude the opposition, but all you guys are disgrace. It's now hearing that folks talking about Pablo Escobar. I hear Fubi talking about Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar born 2024. To bring all the excuses, we're talking about it's a danger to our children. That now you know. That now you know. But anyway, Winfrey, you flip-flopper because you used to be on our side. That now you guys, that now some of you guys know the Tamba and all you guys. It's a disgrace.
So now you're calling us, right?
The war against drugs should be a united front since CDC time.
But Kev, say your own
Nana.
and leave your friend. Start calling your friend and names now. Say your own and start calling your friend and names. You
Oh,
already
no,
say
you have to you have to shame some people because they play politics with it. That now you know drugs can destroy people. When folks were naming Finabono bringing drugs, when folks were naming and President we have private jets were carrying drugs, that now you know. You know, we've been fighting this drugs thing for long. That is all over Black Africa, from the Nigeria to Sierra Leone to Guinea, Ivory Coast. It's a serious business. On this platform, when some of us say it's a serious threat, we should unite and fight this, they insulted us. They call us you dog. You don't know what you're doing. That job we are. You this. They insulted us, our parents, our family. The same death threat in our inbox. Sometimes I have to show central assistant. You see, they're costing me on this a serious business. We say on the show, some of them wish my son, who was admitted at Children's Hospital, should die because we say these things. It's personal. Dr. Richard here, no. It's personal. So for me to come and hear some of you guys talking that we should fight it, the opposition should not, then now you know we suffer for this thing to make you guys understand that the war on drugs is a united front. But now you're hiding the names. Turn it around 6 years back. The CDC were hiding the names. What you'll be saying? It's a disgrace. It's shameful. It exposed some of you guys, and some of you guys are big hypocrites. And I hope the Liberian people will see through you guys, and you guys should be deleted off.
Why you come on deleting now? All right, thank you, Kev. Kev talking about deletion. So, expert, what do you have to say to this?
Because they're just saying it because they're hypocrite. If they lose the election, just will be saying something else.
Bring on the expert. The people have been asking about you.
Same time you couldn't just stay off the show today.
There you go. All that kind of thing. Yeah. How you doing that?
Even in the airport, you work out the show.
You go.
You better enjoy your vacation. Airport, you work out the show.
Man, I can't wave to go.
So Damon, Kev called everybody name now. He called my name. He called Fubi name. He called Stenton name. Stenton is in the background. Maybe Stenton should come on for 2 minutes. But can we respond? Can we have 30 seconds?
Yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds. I'm still trying to figure out what the man trying to do, because 1 minute he will come on and the other minute he will go off. So I think he just showed face because people were
be in the background.
Yeah, people were concerned. Been asking a lot of questions, so he just showed face more kini. He will decide whether he wants to come back or not. But I'll give you 30 seconds, Tamba and the rest of the folks, for us to close up on this, and then we'll move to the next topic. Marvin Cole say, sorry, yeah, I won't be. I get 2.0. So Marvin Cole apologized after he was, threatened with investigation and suspension. He came by and said, I'm sorry, beg you, I want to be Koluba 2.0. So, but before we go to that one, I gave you guys 30 seconds each in the order for which we came on the program.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Richardson, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I wanted to just start by stating what is there to investigate. We need to know, and they already know, somebody must have brought the drugs to the airport. So we know that. Why can't that be told to the public? We know that the drug was packaged somewhere in Monrovia, because neatly packaged to have pallets of the amount that you called, a substantive amount. Why can't we know that? Why can't our Liberian people know that? We need to know that somebody at the airport accepted the amount of drugs that came into the airport, because or maybe they know where the warehouse of that that drug that slept there and waited for it to be transported to England, as you were saying. We need to know that. So I think those are things that the DEA know that they need to let us know. Yes, if they say that someone, it can't be a small hand. I think there are big hands involved. And to answer your question, it is a cover up. That's why they're not telling us. And big hands may have been using small
a delay in releasing names of persons of interest and suspects is a cover up for you.
Yes, it's a cover.
Because
It sounds like a cover up.
this was sent by a shipping company reportedly located on 9th Street. That's got a name. It's got owners. It must have been taken to the airport by someone. There's CCTV footage all across, supposedly supposed to be all around the Roberts International Airport. You know, there is a cargo handling area that is newly established. It's constructed there. It must go through security checks to even cross and go towards the airline to be put on the plane. There's a whole lot of different things that will happen before it gets to the airline to be shipped out of the country. So are you saying no small hand will move $19 million worth of drug?
That's what I'm saying.
Small hand will move $19 million worth of drug.
Not just small hand. I got office on 19th Street or 9th Street in Singa that you called. I don't know. Do you? I'm sure that a lot of our audience know. And so there were processes that had an impact or a way of taking the drugs from point A to point B that the LDEA know, and they need to tell us. Okay, they can keep other names, but they can tell us as much as they know in order to be transparent, in order for accountability to occur. People say, "Oh, they hide the name because they're big." I want to agree with Isaac. You know, what are we talking now? We're talking tomorrow. The big man who's involved is still going to be in Liberia or other Liberia, and he will still move around if he wants to. But we need to know certain things.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Dr. George, anything else you want to add before we move on?
Yeah, I think the DA in the next couple of days, I'm not going to flock on them today, but we have to come to the Liberian people claim. They have to expose the company through which this was shipped. They will have to share the names of the people who are involved. Again, as I said previously, this is $19 million worth of packaged cocaine, allegedly packaged in Liberia, prepared to be exported to the United Kingdom via Brussels Airline. Is well thought about, intelligent work. The packaging looks sophisticated, and so there's a big process behind this, and that's the reason why I believe the investigators should, in the next couple of days, I mean, it's their duty to report to the Liberian people every day as to the progress of this investigation. The next couple of days should be able to find where the drugs were packaged, who all were involved, and let the Liberian people know this.
Thank you, Dr. George. Fubi, your closing on this. Kev mentioned your name. He says shame on you, big shame. He's right on the show. What do you have to say?
No, man, Kev. No, Kev defended everything for CDC, and he will still defend everything for CDC. For him, there's nothing wrong from the CDC's angle. So when anybody speak objectively, he gets vexed. Well, that's a cup of tea. But like I said earlier, and I've said it before, CDC time or not, the drug cartel is a very big cartel. The great America, with all the sophistication, have now won that battle, and will now win that battle because people in high places sit there and control things and pull the strings. And Liberia is just one little tiny place. All we can hope for the government through the LDA and security apparatus to ensure that they minimize it as much as they can. But it's very tempting to even serve in the security forces, even at the DA, because, like I said, there's too much temptation in the game, and, so we'll just hope that they keep doing what they can do. The issue of having classified information, like everybody was saying, speaking against it. Look, people that even serve in the security forces to fight drug, they are at risk. So it can even take you down easily. So it's a big stuff. So when when they see certain things that they can't say, there's a reason for not exposing certain big names until you can actually grab the kingpin. But other than that, those guys can bring you down in a matter of seconds. So that's a big battle, and I fought by big boys. But we look forward to the government doing what they can do to suppress it as much as they can. If they can expose the names later, let them do that. But let them carry out an investigation and be comfortable enough to be able to give the public whatever information that the public needs to know.
Thank you.
But don't mark it.
Thank you, Phoebe. Conor Gray, you're closing on this before we move to the next topic on our agenda on this whole drug issue, the drug bust and everything.
Down on our country, we have people who are just anxious for everything, on everything. They're anxious. You saw the anxiety when even you came on the show, you said Stanton was going to be coming someday. The anxiety could not let people to hold back to say, just covering up. Stanton is in jail. They said that to even Madame. So that's the kind of country we have. That's the culture. People don't know how to hold on. Anytime you're in an investigation, somebody say person of interest, it means there are more to be uncovered. This is just the surface. But people want to hear names now because, to them, that's more important than even the act of even foiling this particular transit of narcotic to international ports. The fact about it, man, everybody anxious because in their mind, a culture also of rumors. People already have names, so they just want to confirm. So you're going to be juggling a lot of people's ego because they want to hear all of this. We're doing a formality. Now they say there's a person of interest. There are people of interest, which means this is an active investigation ongoing. Give the people the time, and the CDC for a party that has won election in our country, whether they were assisted to win election, they cry too much on the political game. Look, real politics is about using your skill, your acumen to outpower your opponent. Every day they cry like baby. Damn, sometimes they cry. You can lie to win. You can lie too and win. I mean, the fact about the matter, move on. If you can't make it, you can't make it. This is politics. You come here and blaming people. You could not provide explanation when they accuse George Weah and others. Keep quiet. It's gone. You don't have the wherewithal to do it. Cry babies. Too much.
Thank you. Let's go to Isaac Doe. Isaac Doe. This time I'll get the order right, Tamba. So Isaac, before you. Isaac, what's your take? Is our closing on this matter so that we'll move to other matters? Please go ahead.
Yeah, when lying is being flocked in the faces of people, that's what you hear them say. Lies, when it's been flocked in the faces of people, that's what you hear them say. Now the Liberian people are piling pressure on the liars. Now they're coming to cry now. The pressure being piled on the liars for the lies they told. Politics is not lies. Politics should be helping the country get better. I know. The CDC does not believe in lying. That's why everything we say is backed by facts. And that's why we always use the famous statement that yes, you can lie to win, but oh no, you cannot lie to govern. Once upon a time, it was the government that was bringing in drugs. Fast forward to the time, the government does not know who is bringing in drugs. So you cannot lie to govern. Now the liars cannot even open their eyes. And Kev, thank you. You said it right. Close your eyes for 1 second and imagine a CDC government not naming those responsible for bringing in drugs in the country. Just close your eyes for 1 minute. Do you remember anything? A CDC government got a drugs bust, but said the names of those behind the drugs is classified. Think about it. But the liars will come on the show with for shame of the face and want to make the people to feel that lies can be turned to truth. No. Oh no. They are looking for the kingpin, the big man. So when they call the people name, we have seen plenty other people with that picture too, where they can put their name on their chest and take the picture. But today it's classified. Because why? The big man is that. So what they're doing now, let me tell you. They are now looking for people who will accept for them to put the name on their head. The big man there is that. The big people in there, they know. So it's classified. The people can hear. But the shame both-faced liars are on the show and want the people to believe that lies can be truth. No, we will keep piling on the lies because the lies that brought you to power will not keep you in power. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you. So we move now to Tamba. Tamba, what's your closing on this $19 million drug bust? The fact that the names are still being withheld. We're wrapping up. You said Kev made a comment about you, so you can also respond within your 30 seconds. So that will move to the rest of the panelists and then shift to our next conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Diamond. I'm not going to make this conversation about Kev. Kev can say whatever he likes. He's Kev. I think Fubi has already responded to him.
When you say he's Kev, what do you mean?
I'll leave it there.
So when you say he's Kev, what do you mean? What's the
Diamond? Let me say my own. I say I leave it there. He's Kev, right? So no matter how much you come on the show, you shout lie, doesn't make the people believe you. Doesn't make the people believe you. First of all, we may be opposition and imposition on the show, but there are also independent people here on the show. And when we speak objectively based on our own predisposition, whether you like it or not, you can cry wolf all day you want. And I said it before in the chat room, you cannot spin and lie your way back into power. Liberian people are interested in solution-based politics. When the government is doing some things that are right, like today, the bust by the LDA of a $19 million worth of cocaine, illicit drugs at our airport, we should applaud the effort of that initiative because it is good for our country. That's $19 million worth of drugs that have been in our country, that have been busted, that have been transshipped out of our country. This will give the LDA a lead to try to get to the source of these drugs. Hopefully make some arrests, hopefully bring some of these people to book, and hopefully try to break into that cartel, in their fight against drugs dealing. But I can tell my brothers across the aisle, if we want to be objective, let's be objective on the issue, not to come and try to slam everybody to say when someone says something you lie because you don't agree with it. You cannot lie your way back into power. If you come into this radio station on this online platform, have your facts, have your strategies, let the Liberian people know what you're going to do differently. I don't want to come here every day and try to compare what CDC failed to do in their 6 years. The drugs they failed to prosecute, the drugs they go after, the plans they made that didn't come to fruition, the lies they told the Liberian people about Barry Island, building Coastal Highway. I don't want to come here every day comparing those lies. I want to talk about the issues that are impacting our country today and the solutions that we are proffering and putting forward to move our country forward. That's what I'm interested in.
Thank you, Tamba. So Kev Hassan, your 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It should be so that we can move to other issues. After Kev, we'll take Dr. Bopler and then Wilfred Bangura to close up on this particular topic. Kev, it's all yours.
Sometimes I believe that mental health is a serious issue. We may think it's politics, but it's a serious issue.
We wouldn't go that direction.
No, the man ain't talking to anybody now. The man making a point. He just saying something generally.
Isaac.
No, nobody. But man, why you so angry? The man call your name.
I'm not being angry. This is a show that we have to keep the respect for panelists at par always.
Yeah,
So
but
Kev,
we all know mental health is a big issue. So it is not like me or you or anyone on the show, but mental health is an issue.
Yeah.
Damon, let me tell you something. When you live in illusion or hallucination, it's a problem, right? Because if somebody come and tell you that we should praise the LDA for arresting drugs, right? Then that same person will tell you that when they arrested the guns at the airport, and the same municipality turned around and said that about Koji were bringing drugs. After Koji government arrested the drug, hey man, it's not mental health issue there. Hey man, please, I beg you, my brother, that problem. Because if you come and say, press the government for arresting the drugs. Yeah.
Kev, you can make your point without alluding that panelists have mental health issues, Kev. That is a low blow to our panelists, and we cannot be having that on the program. Let's discuss the issue. But coming up to reach to the fact that you want to say another panelist has got mental issues, that is not what we should be doing on the program. In as much
why
as
Kev gone off, man? My man, Kev didn't call nobody name. What he said makes sense. If the same person say rest is sweet today, the same person tomorrow say red bitter, then there's some problem. The person is not talking about problem. Who the person you think the man talking about? Okay, who lied yesterday? Who said last time?
You cannot do that on the program. Kev can make his point.
No, but who is that person with mental health issues that said it was Josie Code that brought job? Who you know? Nobody, right? The man talking about no one. Is there anyone on the show that said Jeff Cody brought jobs that time?
Isaac, we are going to maintain the
anybody did it. That person got mental health issues. That's the reality.
The sanity of this program. If Kev cannot make his point without telling another panelist that it's mental health issue,
no, Kev is making a sincere point.
Yeah. So Kev, go ahead.
The same person that say eat, the same person that don't eat, that mental health issues.
Let's Kev go ahead. Kev, go ahead, please.
Diamond, I don't think it's normal for in our society for somebody to say something yesterday that every bad thing that happened is the government, and they use that to win. They convince the people. We were on the ground. We heard it. We heard our people believe that Jefferson Koji brought out guns. We saw our people believe that Jefferson Koji were the one that went into, Ian Valley Taylor went into Gloria Mususka's house. Matter of fact, he was called. They make those cases, right? But if the same people say today that when we say something and they say it's a doomsday, we want the country to go down, Damon, it's an issue. It's an issue. You should not forget that you said that yesterday. If you pretend like you forget, hey man, I don't know how you want me to call it, but if you don't want me to call it on your show,
yeah, you can find another way to coin it, but you cannot call it in a way that would be
problem. That problem. I'm telling you, and Dr. Richardson right on the show. If people keep giving mixed signal and they go in front of Dr. Richardson for a session, she has no choice to see something wrong somewhere.
Let's move on now to Dr. Butler.
Dr. Richardson will be very concerned. Say, my man, you keep talking different things at different times. Are you okay?
Are you
Dr.
okay?
Richardson is yes, she will be concerned.
Are you okay?
How one person saying two different things, three different things?
I have another panelist.
Mayor saw the steering me. Don't let the steering for nothing. You're looking for free. Everybody know you.
You see today who is calling Pablo Escobar today. Yesterday was not Pablo Escobar, but today Pablo Escobar.
Go ahead, please.
You say that again?
No, I'm talking to Dr. Poplar. Dr. Poplar, you're closing on this drug issue.
Yeah. So, Diamond, if I said one thing yesterday, I said something different today. There is no indication of mental health. It could be purely my bias. I just choose to talk a certain way and back something when in my favor and go against it when against my favor. And nothing mental health about that one. That's just me, somebody's political persuasion, all those things. But the truth is, because we want the best, right, from the government and those who have been hired to serve us, and those who have served in government, like Isaac and others, they know that just because you have the position, you don't necessarily have all the answers. You don't have all the solution. So government done best is public-private partnership all the time. There are professionals out here, plenty of us who never worked for government before, but we can contribute a lot. So the point is this: if the government is there and trying to do a job, to Thomas' point, when we see something that's good, we commend them. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to encourage the government. Remember, not only are they working on our behalf, but most of the nation's resources are in the public sector. That's the government sector. You want them to be good stewards, maximize the use of our scarce resources. So you encourage them. But when they are not doing right, then you criticize them. And that's where I think some of us struggle. They want you to just be one-sided. But if you're doing well, I applaud you. I commend you. If you're not doing well, I criticize. Busting the drugs is commendable. Now, tracing who did it, investigation, be aggressive, be assertive, be transparent, and trust the community to help you with your intel. Because like I said earlier, somebody knows something about somebody somewhere, and you can nip this thing. And then close the holes. If there are persons in authority who collaborated along with these folks, get to the bottom of it, be decisive, and it will be a deterrent. But I think the first step of busting the drug deal is commendable, because otherwise we wouldn't know. And all this illegal, illicit thing will just be going through our borders. I'm glad at least we're at this point. Now let's move forward and finish the job.
Thank you, Dr. Pople. With Bangura, you close up us on this one. You're closing on the drug issue before we move to our other outline topic for tonight.
Well, I just wanted to say that for me, I think it's only but fair and proper to give the investigators a chance. This is their province, to allow them carry out their work and to appropriately inform us about what we do not know. But to insinuate otherwise, I think, is an attempt to be political. And I would not want to compare my drugs with your drugs and et cetera, et cetera. We're not here for those kinds of comparisons. It only tells you how people tend to minimize what happened today. But I thought that what happened with this, drug burst is a very big news. It's a very good news, and the public can wait to get into the nitty-gritty to know exactly what happened and to know all those that were involved. I know that the process will be transparent and that this LDA did not get intelligence from anybody else, but they used their own network to trap down this contraband as compared to other times where people share intelligence, etc. So it tells you how the security sector has come of age and how professional and alert and vigilant they are. So I wouldn't doubt their ability, the capability, and their experience in bringing this matter to a close. And I'm sure most of our unanswered questions will be answered. It was Thomas Cowler who said, "No lie can live forever." So people who come here on the show and try to spin, use lies, say people lie and lie and lie, I think they're trying to use reverse psychology. Dr. Richardson can lecture to us a lot about reverse psychology. It's a persuasion technique that you use to get your opponent to do exactly what you want them to do. This government is not going to resort to lying to anybody. This government has got no such record, and this government is not going to yield to that kind of reverse psychology. The government will continue to do what it ought to do for its people, keep the borders safe, keep the youth safe, keep the future safe, and deliver on its promises to the laboring people. I just wanted to end.
Thank you. Thank you, Bangura. So, guys, that's how we wrap it up for tonight on this drug issue. This topic will continue tomorrow I can tell you that for sure. You see me texting back and forth on the phone. We're getting a lot of intel, a lot of information that we cannot disclose. Tomorrow we will definitely do that because we've expended the time on this topic, and we will have a lot of intel to share with you concerning this drug bust at the Roberts International Airport. So what is clear? The facts that are clear. One, the drugs were in Liberia and were being shipped out of Liberia. You listen to the DEA boss saying being exported. So meaning that quantity of drugs was already in Liberia. Whether there is more to that, we are getting more information. Now, have there been arrests made? We can tell you for sure that yes, arrests have been made. But there seem to be some back and forth with the names, the arrests, and all of those things. And we'll disclose the information to you tomorrow. Now, how did the drugs enter the country? That is a question that you can only imagine. Look at our seaports. Look at our waterways. Look at our shorelines. Look at our borders. How many borders do we have immigration station at? How many of those border points we don't have immigration station at? How many border crossing points do we have? You know, so there are a lot of ways you can ask yourself how a huge consignment of drugs will enter our country and then being exported out of the country. The second one is, how deep is this network? To be brave to package pallets of cocaine compressed. So my people are here listening. Compressed cocaine mean they press it together, they press it so it can take more quantity. Then they do it like you can do the vacuum thing, you squeeze it. So when you loosen it, the compressed cocaine can get plenty. And the cocaine we're talking about again, la pure cocaine. Not the one that they mix. So when they sell it to the distributor, then they can mix it. So that one are pure. And then a customized cocaine. That means the cartel or the producer of that cocaine put their label on it. So that whomever is going to can know that this is where it's from. And that's how cartel drugs are identified. They have their markings on their parcel. If you watch the video, you see on the drug, it has time. Time is written on it in bold letters. So we'll show the video one more time. All right, so the compressed cocaine, looking at a cayenne. Those are you can send cayenne to your relative in America. The way you can press it. How compressed cocaine looking. So let's watch this video one more time.
Bullet bands.
Yeah, it's a bullet band. Let's watch the video one more time. You will see how the drug was parceled, and then we'll move to the next topic for tonight.
Today, the Drugs Enforcement Agency announced a breakthrough in Liberia fight against transnational drug trafficking. Acting on credible intelligence and through the vigilance of joint security officers assigned at the Route International Airport, the targeted operations conducted on June 8, 2026 led to the interception of 108 compressed plates of cocaine concealed in 6 cargo boxes. The shipment with an estimated street value of 19,226,000, approximately 3,652,000 Liberian was destined for export via Brussels Airlines. This seizure represents one of the most significant narcotics interceptions in recent times and demonstrates the effectiveness of the ongoing reform, intelligence-driven operations, and strengthening interagency cooperation within Liberia security sector. Investigations are actively underway and persons of interest are being identified. The LDA remains fully committed to ensuring that every individual connected to this criminal network is identified, investigated.
My people, y'all saw the cocaine. For those of you watching, for those of you listening, it get a symbol 1B1 on it. Then the other one and get TIME on it. No Kekele drug network will be brave to export drugs to a European country. No Kekele drug network will be brave. Meaning that network is so established that they have their recipient already waiting on the other side and they have their way to get their consignment out. No Kekele drug network will do that. That big hands, people that are connected, people who have made millions of dollars to want to export drugs through a courier system. For those of you listening, courier system like DHL or packaging like Apple, where you go to the airport, you say, please send my drive fee to America. You know, you are not just sending like that. So there is a company that was shipping to another person who was supposed to receive it. And that was going to somebody in London. So, what are that small hand? What are that big hand who want the government to tell the Liberian people who are those behind this? Everybody that was associated, how did they cross through? What pre-screening method did those packages, 6 boxes, go through? And yes, the LDA says it was intelligence-based, interagency intelligence, and all of those things. We agree. We don't hear that intelligence part. We want to hear now who were the brains and the bronze behind this. So leave that. We move to the next one, because the more it lingers on that agency, the more speculations will abound. People will start to speculate more. As Angora or somebody said, the moment the drugs were arrested, whoever the big kingpin is, whoever was involved in it, they have means to leave. So by virtue of even announcing the arrest, big people connected to that thing, they'll have to leave. So let's now move to the next topic. So yesterday we watched a video from the House of Representatives where Bond County District Number 3 Representative Marvin Cole sat in the chair of the speaker and did all what he could do. And that annoyed some of his colleagues, and they recommended him for investigation and subsequent suspension. Some of them were talking about 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months to suspend Josiah Marvin Cole, one-time chairperson for Rules, Order, and Administration at the House of Representatives during the Kofa's regime as Speaker. So today, we watched the video. Marvin Cole decided to apologize. Others have said he was coerced to apologize. Others have said, well, he didn't want to be Yeke 2.0 because right now, and then bullshit fire with blades to get for the non-senator to get you out. It's not easy. It quick to happen. And all that kind of thing. And we saw Jacob DB do the same thing. When Jacob DB made that statement on Spoon, he said our AI. Later, he retracted his statement and apologized. It didn't take long. Yeke Koluba was expelled. So let's listen to Josiah Marvin Cole. People say, yeah, people repent and a wise man changes. But let's listen to Josiah Marvin Cole on why he apologized and what he thought it was.
Happy this afternoon to be here. You know, I'm a very determined person. I always stand. But, you know, sincerely, I speak from the position of a relationship with Richard Coon. And then to have done what we did, I think we dropped the ball. And I want to use this occasion to tell my friend and brother Richard Coon, I'm sorry. And then extension to my colleagues. It was not meant to denigrate. We should just be reminded about some of the things that we are involved with. So I just want to make that very clear. And I've spoken to them. Yeah? So everything is okay.
Moving forward now, what next?
No, that will not stop me from being critical. I will always be critical. That's not good. But I'm only talking about the relationship aspect with the speaker. And I think it was unfair on his part. If I sat in my seat and made a statement that I made, I don't think anybody will want to come after me. But Richard Coon felt betrayed, and I want to say, sincerely tell him that I apologize for that. But colleagues will always remind each other about the job that we need to do to respect the decision of the Liberian people. Thank you very much.
That's J. Marvin Cole. Dr. Richardson, Coon's house, Coon rules. You don't go against Richard Coon no more. We saw the colleagues so angry. Josiah Marvin Cole sat in the speaker's chair, and that was a huge debate. Well, the rules, according to some lawmakers that we spoke to, you cannot sit in the chair of the presiding officers while they are present. You don't do that. That is against their rules. We've spoken to some representatives and they said that. Sometimes you see other representatives will sit in a seat that is with the consent of the speaker or in a gestural manner, you just go and sit there, but you don't sit in the speaker or the presiding officer's chairs and preside over or make statements or do what J. Marvin Cole did. So they felt that it was a desecration of the seat of the speaker. And J. Marvin Cole should have been punished accordingly. But let Marvin Cole dodge the bullet out of Richardson. Is it, sincere repentance or repentance that now you have to respect the gavel of the speaker? Do you see it that discipline is returning to the House of Representatives as well under the speakership of Richard Coon or Iron Hand?
I see it as Marvin Cole exposing that the speakers, or the House of Representatives do not come to work on time. That's how I see it. I don't see it as the matter of a chair, as everybody's trying to make it seem like it's a matter of a chair. As he said, if he was in his seat and said what he said, most people may not be having a fussing about this issue. But again, this is the way how we elevate people's mentality in our country, that they abuse the small man. Okay, they abuse people. This is another level. This is what makes Richard Coon can come out and say nobody parked in my space, and can call the police.
Space now, why you go park there? And the speaker space is for the speaker now. Why you go park there now?
Well, it's not about parking their speaker; it's the reaction. It's so. This is again. Somebody said I live in a collectivist. I live in a different world, different social status, different culture. Okay, but this is how it starts to me. To me, I was more concerned about the exposure of time. Time among us is a big thing. When people say come 10 o'clock, we come 11 o'clock. So I was glad that somebody pointed this out, that we are doing the work of the people and we get denigrated a lot. And so we are supposed to start at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock. And this is when we're supposed to start. Don't come strolling in. And we need to stop this thing here, okay, of applauding because you inserting social status or you consider to be a certain B-shot, you can get away with certain things. We need to stop it, okay?
But just to come in there, didn't the speaker talk about this punctuality just a week or so ago? Didn't he talk about it and threaten lawmakers' salaries as well? Didn't he talk about it? Is it that Marvin Cole is the one making this revelation? Speaker Coon spoke about it. His colleagues are concerned that he sat in a seat that he wasn't supposed to sit in. It's against their rules, and he has done the thing by apologizing. It speaks to the fact that their rules are strong, Dr. Richardson. Or you don't see it as disciplinary action taking place in the House of Representatives, where we all argued that they don't behave themselves in orderly manner as honorable men should?
Well, I don't see it as a disciplinary action at all. I just saw that he apologized to appease Coon. That's why he apologized. He did not apologize to say that I meant not to do what I said. That was a deeply a heartfelt apology. No, because he was threatened that he was going to be suspended.
But if he meant what he said, why couldn't he stand and take the suspension?
Because he was going to take his bread and butter out of his mouth.
Are you calling Marvin Cole a coward that he couldn't stand by his word?
Well, to some degree, yes. And then to another degree.
Are you calling him a coward if he meant what he said, and irrespective of the seat he sat in to say it, he should have maintained what he said? Why is he saying Richard Coon felt betrayed, he felt betrayed, and all that kind of stuff? Why couldn't he stand by his word?
Because he told us the reason why he couldn't stand by his word is because he has a relationship with Richard Coon. That's what he said here, right? You heard it. He said he has a relationship with Richard Coon, and he's apologizing because his colleagues felt like he denigrated the House of Representatives. I don't know. Is that rule that you talk about? Is that in a book? In a rule that you can't sit in the speaker's chair when the speaker is not there? Is that in the book?
The presiding officer's seat. You can sit in a presiding officer's seat.
When they're not there?
Yeah.
When they're not there, it's
When
in
they
their
are
room.
there, you can sit in their seat.
When they are there or when they are not there.
When they're there, you can sit in their seat. When the presiding is there, you can sit in their seat.
Like I said, I'm in a
let's go to
different
Dr.
class.
George.
I'm in a different culture, so I don't know.
Okay. So in our different culture that are registered, anybody can sit in your speaker chair in your mirror.
Listen, I spoke about this yesterday. I walk into my classroom. I'm the highest authority in my classroom. People sit in my chair. I see them to the podium. It doesn't take me, it doesn't do anything to me. I know who I am. I know who the authority in the class is. They know who the authority is. Sometimes I go to the back and sit and watch them because they don't expect to see me. Sometimes they don't know who's coming to the class. And so it doesn't mean anything. When it's time to start class, I get to the front and start talking and speaking.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Dr. George, what's your take on that as well? Marvin Cole has apologized, says the speaker is not betrayed and all of that. And, is it the main reason or the reason is the fear of suspension now that they realize that if Yeka can get expelled, Chekwa DB can say that Marvin Cole has to apologize?
This is the memory text that is in the House of Representatives. If thou speakest the truth to the speaker, and thou knowest how to pay allegiance of apology, thou shalt be forgiven. But if thou speakest the truth and maintain the truth, thou shalt be expelled. So the Honorable have read that scripture of the House of Representatives, and he have applied it today. And it's sad that we can say the truth and be afraid to stand by the truth. It's sad, but that's the scripture of the House of Representatives that has been supported by my brothers here on this platform. The Ghanaian people in the Ashanti language, they have this word "mepaocho." Mepaocho is the word they use to tell you that you're stupid. When the word tell you stupid, I cry. I say mepaocho, you stupid, and then you feel excited about how they said it. So that's what we see now in the House of Representatives. So Honorable Cole, it's nice that you learned the scripture of the House of Representatives and you have stood by that scripture, and you have today. Everything was okay. Life goes on. I like the way how you use the Mipaocho on the speaker to say the speaker that your brother. The two of you know each other very well. That's it. That's a nice way to get over this. But if you have stuck to your plan, my brother Bangura and my dear Cornell will be all you to with my other brother, the chief. They will all be all you tonight, but you learn that scripture so you are safe. So now I have concluded. Let's start the praise singing for what his name, Mr. Cole did.
Okay, Dr. Josh, thank you. Fubi, what's your take on that? Marvin Cole.
I'm sorry, I wish that we could start asking, why aren't we talking about the House of Representatives being late to do the people's work? That's the issue that we should focus on.
We'll definitely get to that. The speaker spoke about it. We'll get to that, since he's keen on folks not sitting in his seat, whether he's there or not. Is he keen on implementing their punctuality rules as well? But we'll get to that part, Dr. Richardson. That's the second part of this entire conversation. If Marvin Cole can apologize, now we want to see other actions being taken against lawmakers who will be late for their session as well. Fubi, what's your take on Marvin Cole's apology?
The Sabu no case me bad. So Marvin Cole understands that very well. The first round is missing when they had the saga with Kofa, when they went there and locked the door in front of colleagues, insulted them, they suspended them. They saw that how long his sergeant was taking pay before they reversed it and paid them. So he understands the power of the legislature. So he knows. They're playing hardball, but he tell you what joke, because he didn't see expulsion happening in his era. So he tell you what joke. Well, Marvin Cole understands that. And Marvin Cole know what it takes to stay home for 2-3 months without taking pay at the legislature. He know the kind of morale that it will break from him. He understands that. So, but he apologized. So the guys have not taken decision yet. So there's no 100% that he have escaped the trap. So they might probably let it go, or they might decide to even reduce the penalty. But he's not off there until plenary meets and come up with a final decision. So he's not off the hook yet, but he understands the house, the power of the house. Only they can punish themselves. That's the power the house has. And if you're a legislator, you should know that. You can't cross certain line. And when they punish you, nobody can reverse it. You run to Supreme Court, it's a waste of time. The president can reverse it. Only your colleagues can reverse the decision. And only your colleagues got the power to punish you. So that's the power of the house. So he knows that. And he just play along and say, look, sorry, can tear Tracy. So he had to apply that. But what I sincere or not sincere, he just play along to at least those and hope the guys can have pity on him. But that's it.
Thank you. Conan Gray, have you spoken on this matter?
No, sir. You know, my brother, to whom much is given, much is expected. And gone are the days when the house was a very revered platform. I'm not intending to denigrate any generational group of Liberians, but back in the day, if you went to witness what was occurring within that premise, that lower house, the decorum that was there, if you drop pin, even if somebody was snoring in session, you would hear it. Today, it's quite the reverse. It's a chaotic place, and I don't know if you can process well in that kind of environment. Maybe people are used to it, but go up a little bit to the Senate and see the level of decorum that exists. And I think it's incumbent upon the lower house, the House of Reps, to reform itself. And I think this is one of those steps in the right direction. Marvin Cole is a fearless guy. I've seen him in other, characteristics, in other traits where he has, demonstrated fearlessly. I don't know if this situation will be any different, but the fact about he realized that he was wrong. He's human. And you saw him saying, if I sat in my seat and make that comment, people would have reasoned out with me. So he crossed the line. I always use the word cross the line. You should know your limitation when you're in that kind of environment because you live by example. And I think that house should try to reform itself. Otherwise, it will be a circus. And I hate to refer to our House of Parliament where decisions affecting the country are made. If people go there and look, the 53rd or 52nd legislature, people remove their pens and show their whatever to other lawmakers in our environment. What's that, man? You live by example, and we have onlookers. We have young people who are coming, aspiring to be representative. Is this a legacy you're going to hand down to them? I'm proud that he realized he was wrong, and I wish, we can continue in our perfect decorum next time to make sure that when we have a point, we'll make it saliently and very responsibly. That's why you're a lawmaker. You live by example, my brother.
Thank you. Dr. Bople, we'll take you. Please go ahead. What's your take on this matter? Everybody's skipping the fact that is it a disciplinary action that is putting the House into order? We also have to take this time, our second round on this, we'll talk about lawmakers being punctual. The speaker spoke about it. If they are serious about someone sitting in the speaker's chair and pushing that person to be investigated, what are they doing? There is rules, order, and administration committee. What are they doing about those lawmakers who don't come to work on time when their session is to begin? And we see sessions happening sometimes 2, 3, 4, even 5 as well. Dr. Bople, you can make your point on both from both angles since you're about to go. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Diamond. So I would like to echo what Conan Gray said, that Luke 12 and 48 verse, unto whom much is given, much is required. It's funny. The we talk sometimes, we say the people in America they work too much, but America works. And here we don't work, many of us don't want to work, then the country doesn't work. The first branch of government, the work ethics is important. You go to work, you get more done. You go to work, you model for the people who you're supervisor or so. You go to work, you model for this very young population in Liberia, 25 years or so and under. You model for them the value of work, the ethics of work, that work is honorable. But you also go to work, you produce. Here, the big shot come late, leave early. In leadership, you have to inspect what you expect. And if you're not there all the time, no wonder when the cat away, the mice will play. So that branch of government, Diamond, and every government should have discipline, clearly expectation, show up to work. I manage a whole campus. Ask the people that I go to work time. When I got there first, I used to be joking, so the American may not come. The American may not come. But then they see productivity. You model for people. You move around the building. You motivate, you encourage them, but you show up to work. You get paid the most money. You don't want to work. Then the people down there, what you expect from them. So the house needs to have discipline, and I hope that it stick to it, get some order, get some discipline, so that this respectable house can be respectable. So I think they're on the right track. Everybody ought to follow their rules and stop playing.
What about the rule of coming on time, Dr. Poplar? Should we also see vigorous implementation and enforcement of that rule, as well as we saw the threat of suspension against Representative Marvin Cole?
Donald, everybody, long time ago, I took my older daughter to a public school. And I sat there and I said, I wonder if the woman know what she's talking, because you're talking at a private school. She said, there's the only school in Baltimore that wear uniform. I said, ah. Then she started talking about all the different things. And she said, anytime you can be 30 minutes late, you can be 30 minutes early. If the U.S. Embassy said be at 8 o'clock for your visa, people that go there at 6 o'clock. Being on time is important. Now, how much rigidity they will apply to it, that's up to them. Like Fubi was saying, they set their own rules, that up to them. But I think the big picture is show respect for work. There's dignity in it. If you say be on time, be on time. Every day you won't be able to be there maybe at a certain time, but if you start to set standards, you will see better performances from all of the people, and will trickle down to the people who work for them.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph Monsieur Poplar. Let's now take Kev Hassan. Yeah, Kev, before Tamba. Kev, what's your take on this? Marvin Cole apologized and said his brother Rachel Coon felt betrayed, so he has come to apologize for sitting in the chair. But had he said what he said in his seat, it wouldn't be as what it is now. So is it a matter of the seat, or is it a matter of what he said? Go ahead, please.
So I thought we should be talking about what Marvin Cole said versus sitting down on the seat. We reached to that point now that Marvin Cole is talking about being punctual, come to work on time. They said, no, don't talk about that. Let's talk about the seat. You sit on the seat. If you don't apologize, you will be another yeke. So that's what the country is about now. So now we go into a place that you gotta have that fear in you that you no more. You see, when I talk about the dark days, so now you no more free. You cannot do anything. That is a recipe for the dark days. That's what the dark days is about. Back then, you say anything under military rule, under this, you gone. So we coming now to say that we suspend the Constitution We're ruling by decree. That is my way. You see, the same pattern, the same style that they used to take over the seat illegally. Imagine a man who took over the seat illegally telling Marvin Cole not to sit on that seat. He took it illegally. What kind of country is this? Are you guys not seeing it? The man who went against the Supreme Court and said, no, we would seize that seat, took Fanati Kofa out of that seat. Then he's telling Marvin Cole, don't sit there, because if you sit there, you're against. This president, Jose Imam Boka, and his men are disappointments to Liberia. They are confused. They are confused. The pastor is right. Every day, this country is confused. How can Richard Kuhn, of all people, telling Marvin Cole that you disobey? Marvin Cole had no choice than to apologize. I understand why he apologized, because they were taken from there, and the president will say, take him from there, because the president is sitting down and say, you
running the House of Representatives.
You say what?
And the president running the House of Representatives?
1 billion%. He running it. He took Yeke out. He ordered it.
Okay, Kev. So you're saying where the speaker seat should be reserved for the speaker or any other designated presiding officer as of the moment. Marvin Cole had a message. The medium caused the message to be diluted as to what it is now. Are you saying if Marvin Cole has sat in Marvin Cole's seat and made that statement, would we be having this conversation today?
What I'm saying is, even if Marvin Cole, whatever, even if Marvin Cole was sitting on the right hand side of Jesus Christ, they will still have a problem with it.
Would it be telling him that they will investigate him for suspension? If he has sat
even if Marvin Cole was sitting on the right hand side of Jesus Christ, they will still do it because they rule by decree. This, from the president come down, the country is being ruled by decree. It's their way. It's their way. What they want. What they want to do. Let me tell you something. If that their supporter were on that seat, they'll be laughing. Hey, my man. Hey, my man. But because the opposition is their way. And the worst thing is people closing their eyes. They act they don't see. But this government and his surrogate and his speaker and everybody, the manner of which they carry this nation, we are on the path of destruction.
Thank you, Kev.
That's the part. You can't say anything. You can't say anything. If they can go after a pastor, they can go after anybody.
Thank you, Kev. All right, so we move quickly to
Diamond.
Yeah,
yes.
Tamba.
Okay.
What's your say on this?
Yeah, no, thank you. I have followed this conversation from yesterday, in the online war. And I'm kind of, I have a mixed feelings here. So from a rules-based society, purely from a rules-based society, where in Liberia, people are used to knocking their chest. Do you know who I am? And our leaders sometimes, the elected officials, reinforce that behavior in society by showing that the big men or the big people. But then sometimes the very elected officials who should be setting the pace for what a rules-based society should be are the same people then violating those very rules and start within their own House of Representatives. And I think that's what I will talk about first. So Marvin Cole, Representative Cole, based on the rules in the House, he has a right to criticize, he has a right to say what he said. And I like what he said because I agree with Dr. Richardson that he exposed the working of the House of Representatives, not coming on time. And I think everybody knows that. It's an elephant in the house, in the room. But you don't have to then go against the speaker and sitting in his chair or in the speaker's chair, which come with a position, even though Richard Kuhn is there today. The second thing I'm going to say is And we can talk about the effectiveness and the functions, the performance of the House of Representatives. That's another topic. I think we should talk about that at some point. But then we've seen now a preponderance of people being sanctioned in the House of Representatives now, right? Under Richard Coon's speakership, or being threatened with sanction or expulsion. Now, in a professional setting, what environment, job environment, do you want to create for the people who work under you, who report to you, right? The rules are clear. But if you create an environment where people feel intimidated, where they feel they are subjected to fear, can these people objectively provide you feedback or criticism that will help you move the place forward or move forward with what you are doing? And here's a little story. You all know the palm. In the palm, they have the big blackbird. And the blackbird, in the old days in the story, the blackbird was the chief, was kind of like the oracle of that village, of birds of all colors. And those birds, when they go out, the blackbird always used to go out, they would bring food and little things to the blackbird. And the blackbird had a big beak. And all the smaller birds used to be afraid. And one day the blackbird said, you guys are not feeding me enough. You're not bringing enough food. You're not showing up on time. I want to go out myself and fetch my own food. And the elders got together and said, don't go, don't get out, blackbird. But blackbird was so furious, and blackbird got out, and blackbird got flown away by the wind. Blackbird didn't have the strength and the wherewithal to withstand the wind. And all the small birds said, well, is that the big blackbird that we were seeing sitting in there? It's not even a big blackbird. And all the fear was gone away. And I'm saying this story to say that Richard Coon should be mindful on the kind of environment he's creating under his speakership, under his gavel. The more enemies he creates there, then he should be ready at some point to be removed as speaker. Then he will have a rebellion on his hands. People will go against him, they'll remove him. But we should have a rules-based society wherein our lawmakers, our elected officials, our appointed officials, they are the ones who should be setting the pace of what a rule-based society should be.
Thank you. The blackbird analogy. Well, thank you. Wilfred Bangura, what's your take on this?
That was good.
Marvin,
yes,
saying, later you're not happening to me. I'm coming go sit down home, for chair Benny. I rather say sorry and my men and laugh at me small than to go be home and be asking what's happening to the Capitol building. What's your take on this?
So Diamond, there are folks on this platform who will peddle the narrative that the government lied to come to power, but will not let you know that themselves really are career liars. When you blame President Boakai for everything that happens in the House, say President Boakai is ruling by decree, but in the courts, we got a non-guilty verdict for Samuel Tway. Was that decree? In the House of Representatives, your people, the opposition, remove Yeke. You remove Yeke, but you say it's Joseph Boakai. You removed your own speaker, Fonati Kofa. You did that. You did that. Opposition, you did that. But you come and say it's Joseph Boakai. So now you decide who is lying. So I talk about reverse psychology, how people use persuasion to make you act like them. But we're not going to do that. The government is not going to do that. Let's go to Marvin Cole. How I wish the House had seen this through the lenses that I have, that I see this whole matter through. Marvin Cole, there are few facts I catalog. Marvin Cole recorded his video at about 12 minutes after 10 o'clock, thereabout. At that time, it was time for arrival. So at that time, session has not begun. Lawmakers were still arriving. Apparently, he was the first to arrive in chamber. In fact, it's likely that he arrived at 10 o'clock and he took 12 minutes to think about what he wanted to do. But so at that time, nobody was late. Number one. Number two, Marvin Cole threatened that he was going to cut salaries. And we all know that Marvin is not on the leadership of the House. He is not a decision maker there. He's not. He's no longer rules and order. So he does not have that authority to cut anybody's salary. Marvin Cole spoke to an empty chamber. We saw the video went around. Nobody was there. The speaker was not there. I did not see Sergeant Arms. There was no clerical staff. Nobody was in the entire chamber, besides perhaps his videographer who recorded his video. And the speaker was not sitting in his chamber because nobody was there, as I said earlier. He threatened that he would shut the door. So the reason why I'm cataloging these things, to me, this was pure comedy. He set out to be comical. He was not being critical of lawmakers not coming to work on time. This was comedy. Because to be very serious and be very critical of what was happening in the House, he knows what to do. He knows what to do.
Bangura, just a quick question for you. Just a quick question.
I learn my thought.
Yeah,
I don't like to be hijacked when I'm in mid-air.
Bangura, I know, but we have to bring in a question because you said something. You said Marvin Cole recorded his video 12 minutes after 10?
Yes, the time was there. I mean, I said they're about, but the time was mentioned in that.
And
video.
when should, according to your best knowledge,
according to the rules, yes, according to the rules, the House of Representatives session should begin at 10 o'clock, but there is a grace period of 10:30, and the House meets for session on Tuesdays and Thursday. They meet, so session will run from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, or no, to 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock is for lunch break. Then it resumes from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Unless the agenda is compacted, then they will have to stay to exhaust the agenda, but they can decide what to do. So 10 o'clock is when session should start, but there's a grace period, maybe 15 minutes or so. So the time that he recorded the video clearly was not a time for any latecomer to have been booked. The entire place was empty. I'm saying if this is habitual, that lawmakers are not going to work on time, he can be critical. He can write. He can address this issue, through the appropriate channels that are laid down there. But I believe he was being comical. I believe he was doing this thing for fun. I said this last night, that this matter is trivial. I did not believe that it would have been elevated to this level, because it's clearly a trivial matter. Had the speaker been there and Marvin Cole, moved over to the speaker's seat and sat in his seat, yeah, of course, that was just going to be a very serious thing. But to me, the man was doing this thing for fun. I know him. He's a very jovial person. He's convivial, and he's full of fun. So this was meant for fun. I want to encourage the House that these sort of things, you should just let it slide, let it go, because the man who did that recording, and he said, I mean, I listened to him. He said he didn't do it to dent the image or integrity of the House. So I'm saying that there are more serious things that should warrant the attention of the House. But the man was playing comedy. The man was being, jovial. He was being comical. And to elevate it, to warrant an investigation, I maintain that I really, sincerely do not believe it should have been elevated at that level. But Marvin Cole has come out to apologize. So he did his video and he has offered his apology. Let's see what the committee thinks about his apology, and let's see what happens tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilfred Bangura. So we've all spoken on this matter. We have to start wrapping up now, because tonight we cannot exhaust all of the topics. Tomorrow's show is going to be fiery. I can promise you that for sure. People asked about the CEO. It's good that you're concerned about him. Whether your concern is in a good manner or is not in a good manner, but the fact that you're concerned. He appeared on the show briefly. For those who were on, that tells you he's eager to come on, but he's not coming on tonight. Whether or not he will come on Friday or Saturday or Sunday, well, he's definitely going to be on the show. But that brief appearance also allayed the fears of those who had fears, and allayed the speculations of those who had speculations. We saw a lot of people, saying a lot of different comments. People were concerned and all this kind of stuff. Well, the man Shofe, yeah, I don't want to use the Tina Shofe like that, because it reminds me of Ebola time, so that's not a good one. But the man, he popped in for a while, and he's gone by his business. So if you were concerned, you didn't see him on the show for a number of days, well, he was on for a brief just a brief period, and he will definitely be back to moderate and take over his show. Our last topic for tonight, guys, we'll be wrapping up on this. As I said, we have to table the other conversations for tomorrow. But this is what Simeon Freeman had to say, the MPC political leader. He spoke about poor people coming to power. Poor people coming to power. You know, Simeon Freeman is a multi-millionaire. Yeah. You know, I know the information minister threw a jab at him, I think last week, talking about DSTV should be stable because of video club. Not gonna do. But Simeon Freeman has said, look, even if DSTV that video club, it's like advanced video club, and you can only count during the dry season, small rain or anything in color, no problem. But this is what he had to say concerning poor people are coming to power.
One of the biggest mistakes we make in our country, we put poor people in power. We always do that.
You think that is a mistake?
That's a big mistake.
They are poor, honest people.
Well, no. There are poor, honest people, but since human being is not like okra, that you can know from the outside that this okra is not good, it's good to put successful people in power. Consecutively, people become successful when we put them in power. They look good. They build a house. Their lives change. I mean, look at the president himself. President Boyka was practically sleeping and was giving up on life. Today, he has a renewed hope. Everybody says, oh, the paper skin shiny, you know, overnight. But this is the same man, after 12 years of being vice president, could not even afford a private medical trip. It became a national issue.
There you have it. I'll play that video one more time. Maybe you didn't catch something. Yeah, but Simeon Freeman said, poor people. People again wear, you know, $150,000 Rolexes. People again show tangible. People are on the count of power, like their skin can be shining because, you know, when they were not in power, they were dusted. So we must put rich people in power. People who already not make it because poor people get a tendency or just becoming corrupt. Like, I don't see money before they see it now, they start bragging their eye, they start doing all kinds of stuff. But let's listen to Mr. Simeon Freeman one more time. He's the leader of the MPC, the Movement for Progressive Change. You know, he's a businessman and an entrepreneur. This is what he had to say about poor people there coming to power. But rich people too can be corrupt? That's the question. Let's play this one again.
One of the biggest mistakes we make in our country, we put poor people in power. We always do that.
You think that is a mistake?
That's a big mistake.
They are poor, honest people.
Well, no. There are poor, honest people, but since human being is not like okra, that you can know from the outside that this okra is not good, it's good to put successful people in power. Consecutively, people become successful when we put them in power. They look good. They build a house. Their lives change. I mean, look at the president himself. President Boyka was practically sleeping and was giving up on life. Today, he has a renewed hope. Everybody says, oh, the paper skin shiny, you know, overnight. But this is the same man, after 12 years of being vice president, could not even afford a private medical trip. It became a national issue.
Dr. George, what sayeth thou? You have a millionaire political leader. So the issue of poor men coming to power from your end is not a question. But is it that when you're rich, you inherently, you know, free of corruption? Or what's the logic of Simeon Freeman here? That we have been putting poor people in power consecutively, and they just getting rich, talking about the president's skin shining now, the president looking at a young ball and all that kind of stuff. What's your take on this? Your wrap up for tonight as well, please.
Well, I understand where Mr. Freeman is coming from, given his background and given his conversation with the journalist. First of all, let me be clear. Mr. Freeman worked hard to reach to where he has been. I have known Mr. Freeman for close to 30 years now. So I know how hard work to get to where he is today. But what is definitely clear in his conversation is what we see in our country. We see, and the UP government was very great in cataloging it during their tenure. You see someone who is living in a one-bedroom house, is raised to the position of minister in the government, and the next thing, in less than 6 months, they are building a 7 to 8 bedroom house. And at the end of the day, who suffers? The country suffers. We don't see them putting that same amount of energy in Liberia. Not to say that you cannot have people who have money also behave negatively. We've seen it in some of the countries we live in, where leaders have attained over $4 billion in past years. But we repeatedly see this situation. Look, the Honorable Fremont is right. On Rehab Road, anybody that goes to Rehab Road, I saw some people debunking it today as if it was in Liberia. President Burka was living in a home, beautiful structure on Rehab Road. Within 3 years of a presidency, that structure is turning into a mansion. When President Burka was vice president, where his house was sitting on Rehab Road, the traffic went around his house in both directions. But now, the last time I was in Monrovia in October last year, they have blocked one side of the road, the two sides of the road, they have blocked it and expanded it. And share with us that the president have purchased the land that had the road on it going around his house. Anybody, I mean, go to Rehab Road. Anybody that live on that road would know that. So when you see that happening in the country, and there is a video I was watching today. If I knew you were bringing this up, Damo, I will share it so you can play it. When people told us that he was living on loan from Abbey Bank, I think he said he had taken 5 loans in 6 months. But he became president, he riding over $1 million vehicle. So Mr. Fremont has an argument. He has an argument because the Liberian people will agree with me tonight that too many times we have people who wait for. There are some people in our government that whenever, I mean, we discuss it on the platform, Damo, there are some folks who have been in government all their life. In them from government for 6 months. Let us take a research on past members of the legislature and Senate since they lost their election. Let us do a survey. How many of them are still living the life that they lived when they were Senate and member of the House of Representatives? I think that's a research that you and myself should collaborate with in Liberia. Let's follow this book from 2005. Every one of them who have lost their seat in the legislature and in the Senate. Let's see how their life is and document it so the Liberian people can understand exactly what Simeon Fremont is saying. Because many of them are either running behind the current government to get some kind of government position, or they are living in very close to abject poverty when you see some of them today.
Thank you, Dr. George. So you agree that poor people don't corrupt, rich people don't corrupt? If you put rich people there, they will not steal.
No, I try to balance my argument. But it's more in our country, in the Republic of Liberia, is more prevalent in us seeing the argument in the Republic of Liberia is more prevalent in seeing people who had nothing yesterday, people who were renting. You face me, I face you. And those people is 3 months they are building mansions. 3 months they are building mansions. And it have been documented during the CDC government. It have been documented during the UP government. So I'm not against any one of them. It have been documented in the two government. That's why I asked you, Damo, you and myself should collaborate. Maybe someone can join us here. Let us trace all these people who were elected in 2005 that left office. Let's find out where they are today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. George. Dr. Richardson, over to you. We're closing up on this as well. You watched the video. Simon Freeman said, when I put poor people in power because you put them there, like then they can start getting rich. Their skin can start shining like President Parker. He made specific emphasis on the president as well. What's your say on that? Poor, rich, corruption. Is it being rich that makes you void of corruption or less corrupt? Being poor, you're more corrupt and tempted that you haven't seen money before. Are there not honest poor people and crooked rich people? What's your take on this? Doc, are you with us?
Oh, you're asking
Dr. Richardson?
I'm sorry. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yes, I will let my colleague speak because I just came in.
Okay. All right. With that being said, we skip to Fubi, who was next to you in line or coming on the program. Fubi, what's your take? Poor, rich, corruption, mentality? Is it just inherently entrenched in poor people that when they come to power now and they start stealing here and there? Rich people probably see the money and they say, "Oh no, I've been touching money before, so I want to take it."
No, for me, it's not actually about poor or rich. I always tell people you should follow people without walking behind them before you vote. And a lot of the times, I think that's where we fail as a country. We don't follow people records. We just vote with sentiments, and we expect God to perform miracle after voting. After voting, then we start praying for the leader to be who we expect the leader to be. But you follow the person records, you see that the person has not led a good life. The person has not shown any level of integrity from places they work, places they live, communities they live in. The person has not demonstrated any form of leadership. The person has not shown that they can even manage anything. But you jump up and you surrender 6 years of your life to the person to go be decision maker for you. At the end of the day, you're in the church trying to pray, you're in the mosque trying to pray for God to change your leader around. God is not in that business. Whoever you choose, who you vote for, God will endorse that person on you, and you're gonna live with the consequences of your action, because that's why you decided. That's why you decided at the poll. You said, "This is what I want for myself." So God will endorse that. You will live with it. So it's not about rich or poor, because whatever the case is, you have corrupt rich people, you have corrupt poor people. You have people that I think to Simeon's point, why I think he was talking about, people get into power and then they are poor, they don't even have any background, even handling the first $100 before. So when they get there, the first thing they want to do is to amass wealth, and they can easily be compromised on petty things. I think those were the stuff that I remember Councilor Gongolo one time during the CDC regime. He said those guys are not criminals, they are petty thieves. Because the way they were doing theirs, that's how you could look at it. Those guys are not criminals, they are petty thieves. So you have people like that. Everybody just fighting. You see their houses sprouting out of the ground. That when you plant corn in the farm, so money you just see the fresh corn and shooting out, because they're in a hurry to get everything. Because they're not sure that after this time we'll have another chance. I think that's the mindset you're talking about. So when you have successful people, they will not be in a hurry of building houses. They will not be in a hurry of buying the back car, because those are things that they have experienced, they have lived with before. So their focus now will be different thing. But as for being criminal, poor or rich, they got people that they got natural born criminals. Whether they are poor, they will be criminal. Whether they are rich, they will be criminal. So you give criminal a chance to lead you. That criminal going to exhibit the very criminality that he or she been used to all through their life. So that's why you have to look at people's track record before you give them the mandate to take control over your life for 6 years or 9 years.
Thank you, Fubi. So next will be Conor Gray. Conor Gray, what do you make of Mr. Freeman's statement? I'm sure Mikat is listening. There will be a response tomorrow. Because he mentioned the president vividly. Say, Papa's skin shining now, his skin was not shining before. We're living on loans. His health became a national issue. He didn't have money to go to hospital. We've heard that story over and over and over again. But to the crux of the matter, poor people shouldn't be given power, because then see my recently my alone with men to start doing things.
My brother, sometimes when you're in the run for the presidency, sometimes your utterances can come back to haunt you. Be careful. You're trying to lead a 5-point-something million populated nation, of which maybe 99.9% of them are poor, abjectly poor. You have classification of poor people. Be careful what you say, because you want to find a way to uplift them. That mentality was what rocked some people to vote in this country. The president that is in power now, they say he's a billionaire. He's there to help the poor. We now see what that is. The rich always try to get richer. The rich always will fight to get richer because it's a class they don't want to lose to come back. But you know, in Liberia, when you're rich, including Simeon Freeman is one of those individuals I've heard, you know, something evil said about his wealth. That he's robbing Paul to paper, DSTV, he's taking people money, he's a, you know, cutthroat gentleman. The same thing with people who have worked for their wealth. Once you're rich to a certain extent, people feel you have some level of crookedness. Just look around in Liberia. Once they say you get money, it's, oh, that guy did this and that. Simeon Freeman, on the other hand, I've heard him say some wacky things. I remember one time I was in Liberia, he was talking about having a Freeman Island where he said it was going to be done in X amount of time. I mean, for a very short time. I'm pretty sure there's nothing called Freeman Island in Liberia right now. I mean, I said some wacky things. What if you come in and say, let us reinforce our laws so that people who go in government and engage in theft, they will be justly rewarded by the law. Because it's not about you rich or you being poor. Matter of fact, I've been on this idea. If you go into financial services, anybody who gets a loan is somebody with credibility. It means they have a habit of paying back. There's nothing wrong in taking loans. You can take 5 loans, a bank gives you, it means you got credibility of paying back whatever you loan. And that increases your credit worthiness. That credit worthiness, in other words, you're saying that the person has lots of credibility. That's what it means. That when they borrow, you can borrow and use somebody else's money to create wealth, but you must pay back. And if you can go 5 times, you have credibility, and that's the credibility some people are trying to reinforce.
Thank you,
The president in power today got credibility, but people look at it different way. I mean, for Liberia, when you say you go credit from the bank, me you poor. That kind of mentality, I would not subscribe to it. I beg to differ.
Thank you, Conor Gray. Thank you for making your point. Tamba, is it your turn? Before I go to Kev and subsequently my brother Wilfred Bangura. Yes, Tamba, what's your take on this?
Yeah, thank you, Diamond. I have a different, take on this.
Something wrong with this computer agreement.
All right, Dr. Regis, we're already closing up, so if you have computer issues, we can always have you back on tomorrow. Yeah. We wish you can sort that out. So Dr. Richardson is trying to sort her computer out. Tamba, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Simeon Freeman, MPC political leader, 1-time or 2-time failed presidential candidate. When he says that you don't elect poor people to power, I think he's lying on the poor people. It's a statement that's completely untrue. First of all, we can look at the presidents of Liberia. How many poor candidates have been elected to president or even representative or senator, with the exception of a few, maybe in the House? But every one of them have come from a middle-class background according to Liberian standard. Not poor people, because real poor people in Liberia can't even afford to run a campaign for elected position. I ran in Lofa County in 2020. I spent tens of thousands of dollars to run a campaign for logistics, feeding people, marketing, promotions, just on that. If I have more money, then I will spend more. But let me tell you what makes good leaders. It's not being poor. In fact, you lie on the poor people. We should give every poor person in Liberia the opportunity to participate. And if there are people, choose them to come to power. It is character. Being wealthy or being rich doesn't determine that you'll be successful when elected. It doesn't even guarantee that you will be someone of impeccable character once you get there. Because greed is something, that surpasses the individual's ability, even though they have what they want more. So being wealthy doesn't guarantee that you're going to have a good government, you're going to succeed, or you're going to perform, or you're going to do the people's work. What guarantees service. It's your character as an individual. And if the Liberian people are looking for their next leaders in 2029, I know many representatives and senators are going to be sent packing. They should be looking at people with character, people who genuinely have a commitment to make a difference in their community, whether they are poor or whether they are rich, and people who have a track record of engaging with their community. Not fly by not politicians that can come, they only come during election season, after election season, they disappear. So the character for me is the number one criteria. But Mr. Freeman, he's blaming Joseph Boakai for being a poor person. But Liberian standard, do you think Joseph Boakai was a poor man when he was elected? The man he had a compound, he had farms, a farmer with compounds, with houses and businesses. He apparently have been poor, but I don't believe truly that Joseph Boakai was a poor man. So electing our next leaders, it's not about being poor. It's about your character. It's about your track record to make a difference, your genuine commitment to making a difference in your community and in your country. And that should be the young people we should be electing our leaders on. Thank you.
Thank you. Kev, what's your take on this? Simon Freeman, poor people shouldn't be given power. We've done that over and over. We should elect rich people, people who've seen living money, so that living money can make them confused. Go ahead, Kev.
I would take the part that he said, people who are not successful. And people who are not successful should not be leader of Liberia. And that's why we're having the calamity in the country today, because people who are not successful tend to be confused in order to run the country, because they don't know what to do, because they are not successful in their personal life. For example, the president today, this president of Liberia has never been successful in his life. And when you go back to the days he was Minister of Agriculture in the Doe government, he was fired. Lack of production. He was not successful. He was fired. So you mark him down, because I don't know, when you get fired in a job, in this country we live in, it's a negative on you. So you find out that most people don't put that on the resume when they get fired, because when they see it, it becomes a negative on you. How can you take a man who never been successful in nothing he can, you can see that he produced in life? You cannot put your finger on anything in the past of Joseph Iman Boakai up to now to say this is the signature achievement, or this is Joseph Iman Boakai, this is the, because if you go to Mr. Cummings, successful guy. President Weah, successful guy. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, in her own way, successful. This is the weakest, unsuccessful president, because even though he was successful as a military man, this is the weakest, unsuccessful president in the history of Liberia. Nothing you can put finger on. That's what Freeman is saying. You can't take on somebody who never succeeded in anything, very unsuccessful, and make him a president.
Okay, Kev.
And that's what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying. Joseph Iman Boakai, the most unsuccessful man that become president, and that's why we're having the calamity and confusion in the country today.
Thank you. Wilfred Bangura, you closing us up on this, and subsequently we close for tonight. We're already 3 minutes past the time. So Wilfred Bangura, let's hear you out, please. Your take on this.
Damon, nice job. Nice job. Thank you for moderating this show tonight.
Thank you.
Now, you're welcome. Somebody asked a question about mental health. Was it on the show or the last show?
We passed that one now.
I heard about it. Well, it's important.
We've talked about that. was trying to.
Okay, that was on the show, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So just lead
we
that
can-
one. Let you go
Yeah,
on.
so it can clearly now be understood and determined, the individuals, certainly that, may have that problem.
No,
Mental-
Bangura. When just started at
mental health. So
along that
if
route.
you say President Boakai is unsuccessful, then I want to be like him. I want to be unsuccessful too. There is a man who went through the ranks of public service to the point of serving as vice president for 12 years. Today, he is the president of the republic. The president. You call such a man unsuccessful? And what is success for you? What is success? So again, reverse psychology. They tell big lies and they accuse other people of lying. It's unfortunate. I listened to Simon Fremont. I've had a lot of respect for this man, but the way he spoke, I was really disappointed. Very, very disappointed. His remarks were very diminutive of the presidency. He spoke very low of the presidency. He spoke very low as a presidential hopeful who wants to lead the country. You can disagree, but to make reckless remarks about the one who is in authority today, about the president, was really unfounded. It was unfortunate. And I really thought that it was also disgraceful. You shouldn't be doing that. Again, it tells you that such a man might end up being a dictator or a despot. Why? Because the very people whose vote he wants to get, he calls them poor people. He puts a label on them. Poor people. Poor people. Poor people. Yet, these same poor people, he will be clamoring for their votes. So he will be going to get poor votes, to get the poor people's support, so that he can be president of the poor people. When you label people, it's so bad, it's a stereotype, you insult them. And when you believe that because they are poor, so it means that they are dishonest, it means that they are good for nothing. Because you're rich, it means that you are honest, it means that you are the best, you're the cream de la cream. Then you have really categorized people into two words. You belong to one, and they belong to the other word. And it's insultive of our people. He should not have said that. That was below the belt, and that was really, really low of him. And so I disagree with that logic. The logic itself is convoluted because there are rich people who are dishonest, and there are poor people who are honest. All experience have proven that. So that logic is completely flawed. Now, I close with Dr. George. He says that the president has built mansion. We all know that where the president stays today, he has stayed there all his life. He's in rehab. He's been there all his life. Had there been little modifications? Of course. Even your own home, where you live, you have to make little modification on your home. But he has not built a mansion there. The routes are open, except for the route that used to pass almost very close to the president's front porch. He is the president. You expect that place to be open? Even the former president behind his house was closed for security reasons. Nobody used to pass behind there. So this is in keeping with security practice and with best practice. The routes are open. You use the other route. You pass by the way of no stress. Nobody can stop you. You can go your way. Use the right and go. You come the other way. You use the curve. It's still open. All these routes are open and they are pliable. So whoever is giving you that information that you did not verify, I want to suppose, doctor, that you did not verify the information. It's unfounded, it's untrue, and it's totally incorrect. So I just want to say that we had a great show tonight. I want to enjoy my time here since I'm the last person after I speak.
Yeah, because we have to go.
Can I get 30 seconds with this Bangura?
No, I'm the last speaker.
No, because if you say, Mr.
Bangura, you enjoy your time already.
Let me enjoy my time, man.
I want to I want to beg you. I want to plead with you.
But some of them said,
that's more renovation the president before he got to my house. I'll be happy.
I'll give you the 30 seconds, Dr. George. I'll definitely give you the 30 seconds.
Okay,
go ahead, bro. Fierce.
Okay, let me yield to him because I still have my time. So finish your 30 seconds. I will still come back for you. Let it keep beat tonight.
Yeah, Bangura. What I'm saying, I want to plead with you. If you can do that small renovation and do on a personal house to my house in Monrovia, I will be. Can you help me to do that? The small renovation they do in the president house, I can do small by how I'll be happy. You will help me to do that, my brother.
No problem, Dr. Josh.
Now, when you become president,
when we make you the president, then we'll do small renovation. Then you will stay. Then you'll be unsuccessful when you become the president. That's people's definition of being unsuccessful.
see my people say we elected a poor man.
Yeah, he's a very rich guy. So he will go to the rich people to get votes. With the poor people, we would stay by ourselves. He shouldn't come to us for votes. He has insulted us. So we're not going to support the rich guy. We are honest people, and we believe that the people out there are honest people. And like you said, Mr. Tamba, that is about character. Leadership is about character. So there are people with character. A young man called Emmanuel Talu found he's called Integrity Icon. He found a very huge sum of money. He was just a motorbike rider. Just a motorbike rider. That guy young man found that huge sum of money. He reported that to the owner. That was a poor guy, but he had character. And not just him. A lot of people have returned valuables. Lots of so-called poor people have returned valuables. We've seen that across society. Where has Mr. Freeman been?
We have to
Where did he come from with that theory? The theory is flawed fundamentally in every way. The next.
Thank you, Weaver Bangura. You really enjoyed yourself.
I'm telling you.
You didn't accuse me of interrupting your.
And you all know the man agreed that a small renovation and doing the president how he was doing my house.
So when you know what Stadium can do, right? So that's people say you're not closing, then you will lose your closing movement.
Yeah, so we have to go. What I can promise you guys, and you all do know to some extent, is that we should be on the show early tomorrow. It's going to be a good show. We are not going to be the House of Representatives. Our panelists come on time. The time allotted to them, we see them here. Though Bangura tried to squeeze in a grace period, but if you say a grace period, doesn't mean the whole house must be lit and leading to that grace period. At least you should see 70 to 80% in attendance, and the 20 or 10% will be coming in and say, oh yeah, we're running in a grace period, but everybody can late. Say session should start 10. And then we say, oh, we're all ready for the grace period. Meanwhile, there is a law that says we can stop them from going to and fro session. So that why you see they can take the opposite lane always. Then again, be on time. The speaker have to threaten and he will call their salary and everything. Marvin Cole have to go and do the whole shenanigans and all that kind of thing. And begin to think about the chair, who sit down in who chair, who sit down in who chair. If our leaders can go on time, they are given the privilege of using the opposite lane because you cannot impede their movement to and fro session. They can go on time. Then tell me now, how will they do our work? And they can go on time. What kind of message is it sending to us? But I'll leave you guys with few names, and you can determine whether they were poor or whether they were rich when it came to power, and it did good for their countries. Nelson Mandela, was he a rich man when he became president of South Africa? Jerry John Rawlings, was he a rich man when he became president of Ghana? Thomas Sankara, was he a rich man when he became president of Fubi's second home, Burkina Faso? Julius Nyerere, was he a rich man when he became president of Tanzania? Ahmed Ben Bella, was he a rich man when he became president of Algeria? The list goes on and on and on and on and on. You can go and look up people who came from penniless homes and became transformational leaders. You can also look at a list of people who came from wealthy homes, rich backgrounds, and became leaders of no impact. At the end of the day, I would like to agree with all the panelists. It's about your mentality, your character, what you intend to do, what legacy you intend to leave behind. The rich always want to get richer. I haven't seen a rich man who said, I've gotten billions now, so you'll stop giving me more billions. I want some more, no more. They're still making billions. But whether we are from a poor background or from a rich background, and we are elected as leaders. How many poor persons, apart from the 2005 elections, how many poor persons have been elected to positions in Liberia since? To truck, you must get money. To campaign, you must have money. To pay poll watchers, you must get money. We saw people playing like they don't have it, and people were contributing and all that kind of stuff. But rich or poor, what you bring to the table is what matters. So, guys, I've been instructed that we're not closing. I should close, and we should keep our balloon talking for tomorrow. So I love to say thank you all for being on the show, and we hope our leaders can change their mentality towards us. They should think about us as the people, and they should do the best for our country. Because if we keep saying poor and rich, what are we doing for our people to take them out of poverty? What jobs are we creating for our people to take them out of poverty? If we are creating avenues other than government job, we'll all now be running to government job to get rich. We'll get rich from the private sector. We'll get rich from other sectors. But the reason we're all running to government job is because the only place you can see tens of thousands of dollars. So everybody is a political Maradona. So have for yourselves a wonderful night. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Spoon Talk will be back tomorrow. I can promise you for sure. Should I say today, because it's already after 12 our time. Spoon Talk will be back today, and it promises to be a fiery show. Don't miss out. Do not, for any reason. You ask for the CEO, you sure feel small. Those who said the worst had happened, where he was, the speculations and everything, when he appeared for a brief while. Brief. And you can run with that. You will definitely be back on the program. Guys, good night to you. Thank you, Fubi. Thank you, Tamba. Kefigo.
Always a pleasure to be here, Diamond. It's a pleasure to see you.
The main dark days. Now I can see your face.
My Kev, man. Kev will be Kev. Kev is Kev. Jelly Kev.
Kefigo. Yeah. Kefigo look at the whole picture and say, shame on you.
He knew for a while if you did. Shame on you.
He said, shame on you.
Shame on you.
Kev, good night. Thank you for always being on the program. Dr. Josh, thank you for coming on. I know you're busy with your work. Thank you for coming.
Dr. Josh is a poor man. He can't get renovated house. He's a poor man.
Then take loan if you get good credit. Now what people do to renovate their homes?
All right, guys. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you know to get loan, you got to show that you get collateral.
You might get collateral.
Yeah, they will not get you loan. Poor man can get loan.
Maybe you might not have a collateral, but you might have a good guarantor. You might have good friends who got some money to.
But you must demonstrate that credibility first before the bank, because the bank they're taking a risk, but they want to mitigate the risk to be lesser. That's why.
They may get allowed the poor people, man. How many poor people have been?
I see y'all. I see y'all. To make a press conference tomorrow, whether or not they will address the whole thing, because the information minister said through a job at Simon Freeman, he called the man advanced video call like the man running. So the man too came out with gloves off. So whether or not now the conversation will shift from the Nigerian bishop to Simon Freeman.
It sounds like Simeon is frustrated. He's part of that 2% thing, right? That church
less than 1%.
I mean, I see you, yeah. I mean, the one get 5 Thank you and good night to you. Thank you to everybody for watching. Always taking up your time to follow us here on the Spoon Network. Spoon Talk comes your way today, same time, across all of our platforms. My name is Diamond Slanger. It's been a pleasure being here. Good night, pleasant morning to each and every one of you listening to us across Liberia. And good day to those of you watching us all around the world. Remember, make it your duty to watch Spoon Evening News at 7 p.m. Liberian time, whatever the time will be at your end. We're doing a wonderful job, and we encourage you to watch Spoon Evening News. It comes on 7 p.m. our time, whatever the time is at your end. That builds up the momentum for Spoon Talk. the news department doing a wonderful job. It's a full television news, and we encourage you to follow up with that. On that note, bye-bye. Good night. Ciao. Au revoir.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon, and your boy, right in the south, man.
To the food to get your information. To the food to get my